Welcome, everybody, to that time of year. It is the CCL Fall 2025 playoffs. 12 teams enter, 6 will make it to day 2, but only 1 will be crowned the CCL Omega Strikers National Champion. I'm your host, Dylan Surplus, and I'm joined today by Samuel Zaczynski, Zorro the Fool, as well as the disembodied voice of Saya. Fellas, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing rather phenomenally, Samuel said. Uh I'm doing pretty good too, Zaczynski said. And I'm not gonna continue the bit, but yeah, it's a good day. It's a good day, I think.
Somebody at SLU invented a cloning machine and just went wild, and that's not the greatest. So
The greatest Omega Strikers team of all time coming to a CCL near you. 3 the Fools. Get
yeah,
ready.
so okay, so the fool's in net, but is Samuel Zaczynski or Zorro playing midfield or forward? Is
Oh,
that's the question of the day?
Zorro is brawling. Zorro's
Zorro's
brawling,
brawling,
and
okay,
Samuel will hold down the midfield, I believe.
and then
Zaczynski is benched.
yeah, Zaczynski is benched. Okay, so
Mhm.
Zaczynski is Coach Serp in this scenario.
Yeah, yeah.
Saya, how are you doing today?
Doing pretty well. I expected less Zorros, less the
Yes.
Fools, and also less Zachinskis on the pre-show, but things have changed, I guess. This is looking pretty different from what was planned 2 days ago.
Just a tad. We for the audience, we planned this for me, Vaughn, 3Z, and Samuel to be on the desk because Weston had stuff to do today, and we pinged 3Z, Breezy, and Vaughn, and they have not shown up yet. So we're running with this, and we're gonna have fun with this. It's great. The comments, by the way, it's like we went from white guys doing a pod to Sam talking to himself. Yeah, that's pretty much how it's going to be today. And speaking of today, let's recap some of the play-ins action we did last weekend. NJIT, UCF Frogs, Fuel Esports, and U Alberta have advanced to the playoffs. And Texas Tech, YU Esports, and the St. Clair Saints were eliminated from postseason contention last weekend. Big fall from grace there for St. Clair. The runners-up from last season are not going to be trying to get a national championship. Samuel, what are your thoughts on the 4 teams that made it and the 3 teams who didn't?
Well, before we talk about the successes, let's talk about the failures because they're far more interesting.
Yes. Let's talk.
As a certain individual would say, competition just got easier. I don't know how this has happened, but yeah, we take what we can. St. Clair's gone. They were definitely one of the strongest teams in the past. I know my buddy Tossout is gonna have a hoot and hollering with that news, but yeah.
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace.
Goodbye, St. Clair.
St. Clair got 2-0'd by U Alberta, 2-0'd Texas Tech, and they got 2-0'd by the UCF Frogs. So rip. That really stinks there. That really stings. Hopefully we'll see them back next season, of course, but this isn't they were a postseason favorite. I think a lot of people were like, oh, they can easily win play-ins. And then you have UCF Frogs kind of upstaging them, and I don't know, it's a very surprising time to be a Collegiate Core Strike fan, especially with NJIT having to play in the play-ins, the last season's national champion having to fight for their way back into the playoffs, and they did make it in, so that's good for them. But what a crazy turn of events that was. And we also have to give our flowers out as well to Auburn, the second ever team to finish the regular season
Keep that asterisk
undefeated.
next to there, pal. Don't
It's
forget
not an
my
asterisk,
respect.
it's just a number.
Don't forget my respect.
SLU being the first one, SLU being the first, and Auburn being the second. And Auburn was actually the 14th overall seed, and they are now the first overall seed in the playoffs. So a huge glow up from them. Love the Tigers down in Alabama. War Damn Eagle indeed. Just a huge props up to them as well. But let's look at the playoffs bracket here. Your first round one matches, you're going to have Fairfield versus NJIT. That's going to be a banger. That'll be right here next on Bestie and Slot. Texas A&M Maroon going up against Fuel Esports, a little Texas versus Canada showdown there. UTulsa versus UCF, the UCF Rogs. I have to add, because both of their teams are in playoffs today. And esports at OSU and U Alberta ESA Koalas. That'll be your round one. They'll be playing against the top 4 overall seeds. Auburn, the UCF Rods, George Mason, and SLU. Samuel, you're one of the top 4 seeds. How are you feeling this morning? What are the vibes around the SLU facility this morning?
Oh, the vibes in the SLU facility are horrendous. But that's a secret. That's a secret that no one else is supposed to know. Oops, spilled that on live air. But
Okay.
yeah, no, I'm feeling good. It's gonna be an exciting showcase of the SLU team. No one's going to expect what happens today, for better or for worse, and so we'll see. You know.
This will be a very, very fun playoffs. I'm just going to say that right now. I think there's going to be some upsets. There's going to be the status quo is going to get flipped on its head. We're going to see like 2 teams that in the grand finals, that if you told me at the beginning of the season there would be these 2 teams, I would say, no, you're pulling my leg. You're joking. That's what's going to happen. I think that's exactly what's going to happen. So, Samuel, outside of your team, of course, which team are you excited to see play today?
I'm quite excited to watch TAMU Maroon, in all honesty. They took us down in the preseason, and they were looking real sharp. Like, they were very scary to fight, and so I think they might have their way with the bracket today, but we'll see. We'll see.
We will see. The disembodied voice of Saya. Who are you excited to see today?
I am gonna focus on a little bit of the negatives, like I'm following the advice of the fool here, okay? Following the advice of the 4 Samuels. I am not excited for the Fairfield Stags. I sat in quite a few of their scrims accidentally while sitting in a VC. They spontaneously joined a scrim, and the vibes were very interesting.
Okay.
Shout out to EDA Phoenix, improving quite a bit. Playing not just the Juno, but the Penny as well. But Strages is on an island. Dropletto is uninterested. And if there's ever a time that this very different looking NJIT team compared to previous seasons can get it done against the Fairfield Stags, even though they had to go through play-ins, I think NJIT could win this one.
Very good insider information, Saya. Are you the Waj of Collegiate of Omega Strikers? The Shams, perhaps? For non-ball knowers, Waj and Shams are like NBA insiders, and they break the news about like trades and stuff. So, just want to explain that.
I'm probably like one of the many sources that such a figure might have. So I don't think I know enough. I don't think I'm posting about enough teams. I'm just kind of exclusive to like 2 or 3 of them, you know?
Got it. Sounds good. I'm very excited to see esports at OSU. This is an early start time for them, 9 a.m. A lot of the times when you're in college, you're like, oh, I have an 8 a.m., I have a 9 a.m. Ooh, I'm dreading my life right now. They're coming in and playing in for a chance at a national title at 9 a.m. So shout out the Westies, of course. And I want to see how many peanuts Peanut Enjoyer will be swallowing today. I mean, I swear that dude went through 2 big jars of peanuts last season, and I think the season before. I want to see how many he's going to go through today. I really hope that things really pan out for them. So go Beavs. But I have another team that I'm excited to see, and we're going to save that for our next segment here. Samuel or Jashinsky or Zora or the Fool.
Thank
one
you
of
for
you just
addressing
chime in. One of you over here just chime in. Who is your dark horse in the playoffs? Who do you think is the team that you're excited to see make top 6, but will have to have an uphill battle?
Well, I mean, I kind of revealed it already, did I not? It would have been TAMU. TAMU's the dark
TAMU.
horse.
Okay.
In my personal opinion. But another team I'm very excited to watch and see perform is OSU. I feel like they're very strong, and they have been consistently been very strong, which is a little alarming because I'm looking down the barrel of the gun and they're kind of the one pulling the trigger. And yeah, but we do what you can. And so, yeah, I think my dark horse is gonna probably be Tamu Maroon. I'm very excited
Tamu
for them.
Maroon. Okay, I like to hear that. Shout out Texas, Texas bias alarm. The Unks will get that. Saya, who are you thinking could make the top 6? That is kind of flying under the radar a little right now.
Oh, I was gonna say Tamu Maroon. Oh, this sucks. That's the second out of 2 teams
The 4
that
other
I've.
people on the desk said it.
Yep.
So,
That's the second out of 2 teams I've insider info about. So I'm gonna have to go with something completely different here. I'm gonna go with. This is difficult.
Low key, NGIT is a dark horse.
they are technically a dark horse. You could say NJIT here.
All right, yeah, NJIT I think is going to be my dark horse, assisted by the 5 other people on the desk. I think that EKC Mingo is actually fundamentally a very solid goalie. Unlike what their rank shows, I think that they show a lot more fundamentals than other goalies of the same rank, and that is extremely important in high-pressure situations and when you could depend on your 2 forwards.
Good insight there,
they
Saya.
lock melee goalies.
Yeah, just
Which
lock
is
melee
like
and you'll be
step
fine.
1.
Yeah. Just bully everybody else on the court and you'll be just okay. You'll be just fine. My dark horse is a little interesting because I've had them as my dark horse for a while, but football teams play today. So I'm just going to really quickly just do a costume change here because I don't want any bad juju to happen. Our Texas Tech Red Raiders are 9-1 right now. They only have 1 loss to Arizona State. And if they lose again, we're out of the race for the conference championship. Give me the UCF Rods here. I think that they are my dark horse at the moment. I think UCF Rods are going to go pretty far in this search here. P-Wis actually asked in chat today, "Are you rooting for me today?" I'm like, I don't know. Our football teams are playing today. This is a very cursed image right here. If any of my friends or family are watching this, I'm sorry. There's only one way to go when it comes to football. When it comes to Core Strike, I think UCF, they have a very solid program, very solid team this year. Both their teams making playoffs again, I think, for the second straight semester in a row. So huge hats off to them. And I'm going to take this off because that's cursed. But that is my dark horse team to make top 6. Shout out the Rods. We love you guys. We love you guys down there in Orlando. So shout out them. So the yappage continues. Samuel, buddy,
Yeah.
buddy, old pal.
Mm-hmm.
How hard are you going to carry today? How hard are you going to carry today? That is my biggest question for you right now. How hard are you going to carry today?
Yeah. Is this the top 6 question, or is this?
This is part of the top 6 question. Yes. This is part of that top 6 question. I just wanted to ask, how hard are you going to carry today without revealing any more info?
I mean, I'm forged of great suffering when it comes to Core Strike. I'm fairly... I believe in myself. I'll say that. I believe in myself. And ultimately, every time I've made it to playoffs with Grant on my team and whatnot, he always goes kind of nuclear on the day of the event. It's like it's the name Chaotic Effect. If any Polar Vortex fans are in the chat,
yeah,
it's like he plays like a different beast when it counts, and so I do have a lot of faith that we will be fine. But it will be a bloody battle for the first day.
Grant OS and I have actually been talking. He messaged me this week and said, "What time are we going to like finish up with day 1?" And I said, "Oh, it's going to be around like 5 Central." And he's like, "Oh, I have a date at like 4:35." Mm-hmm. And I'm like, "Well, if you win out, you'll be fine." He's like, "Okay, I got to lock in." I've got to lock in because if we lose one, if we lose a match, I'm cooked. I need to go in the state. So little romance subplot here for Grant OS and this slice of life called Collegiate Core Strike League. So we'll see how good the Slew Strikers are. Shout out the Billikens. We'll see how that shakes out. But going into that top 6, what is your top 6, Samuel? And then we'll go to Zaczynski, and then we'll go to Zoro, and then we'll go to the Fool.
Of course, they'll all say 1 or 2. You know.
Yeah.
My top 6 includes NJIT. This is not in order, by the way. I'm just
Okay.
reading down the bracket of who I think
Mhm.
makes it. I think it's NJIT, it's Auburn, it's Tamu Maroon, it's GMU, Esports at OSU, and SLU. That is
Okay.
my definitive top 6 of who I think makes it. I don't even know if it's possible knowing the bracket paths, but yeah, that's the people I have most faith in.
There you go. Okay, Saya, what is your top 6? Who do you see making it in?
All right. I think Auburn is definitely a lock. I have forever been a bit of an Auburn doubter, but I think this season they are the most stable team. Really controversial opinion given their undefeated record, though. I'm not as confident in the UCF Rods. I think that they are the most likely higher seed to get upset here. So I'm gonna not include them for now. I think it's gonna be Auburn and George Mason on winner's side. And rounding out the top 6, I think it will be Tamu Maroon, NJIT. And it gets hard here. Esports at OSU. And finally, the SLU Strikers.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
baby.
Okay. All right. Good to know. Good to know. I've got a little bit of a top 6 here, and I also not sure if it's 100% possible, but I know that these are the 6 teams that I have faith in due to my research and the information provided to me. I had to take one team off and put another team on. Normally, I'm a SLU head. I'm a huge Billiken fan. I'm not 100% certain. If they make top 6, though,
Yeah.
tomorrow's pre-show is going to be cinema. All right, just letting you know right now, it's going to be insane. So, Billikens, make it happen. Auburn, lock for all of us. They are the undefeated team. They have to show up, and they have to show out today. And they're immediately going into play. If NJIT beats Fairfield in this round 1, they're going to immediately go in and play NJIT for a spot in winners semis. So that's already a difficult match for them. I don't know if they've played. I think they did play earlier this season, and they did get rocked. Auburn rocked NJIT. So I think they're a lock for top 6. Give me GMU as well. GMU has a very good path to the finals here. Give me Esports at OSU. Texas A&M Maroon. That's a lock because Texas bias, but unironically, Texas A&M has had a really good program. Both of their teams have made a lot of huge strides, and even Tamu White did pretty well considering. Even though they didn't make play-ins, they did very, very well in the season, well above expectations. So shout out to them. The UCF Rods, I mean, they are my dark horse team for. Get in my head. They are my top dark horse team for a reason. So there you go. And then give me the Stags. Give me the Fairfield Stags. Stag up, because look, Fairfield, even with the information that I was provided, they have Drop Leto. You know, like he plays against an era, he'll put up on the screen, what does she even do? And then what does she even do? And then it's all aura diff from there. So I think right now Fairfield kind of has a little bit of momentum. They need to keep it going. I think they'll make it into top 6, but we'll see if they could capture that national championship. Again, NJIT looking to go back-to-back for the first time since last season when UCLA did it in spring and fall. Last spring season, NJIT won it all. They're going to look for that back-to-back. And they have an uphill battle this morning. So we'll see what happens. We will be streaming all day today right here on Bessie and Slot. Shout out Saya for doing all the prod for us today. We're going to start off, of course, with that NJIT Fairfield Stags banger of a matchup. So don't go anywhere. It'll be right here next. And we're going to move on to the winners quarterfinal at 12:30 p.m. Central. The winners semis will be streamed here at 2 p.m. Central, and then losers round 2, the final teams that will get their tickets punched to top 6, will round out at 3:30 p.m. Central today. A pretty fast day considering what we've done in the past few years, where we had to go from basically noon all the way out to 8 first day. It's great that we don't have to do that today. Now tomorrow we will be going until around 6 p.m. Eastern, I want to say. Worst case scenario, 8 p.m. Eastern. So Tune in for both days. Make sure to pledge your allegiance to one of the teams here in the chat. Have some fun with it. Fellas, any final words before we move on to the matches?
I got some final words from Samuel, Zoro, the Fool, and Zaczynski. Please send Slew your strength and your soldiers and your money and anything else you want to send them. We need all the help we can get. Yeah, yay!
Saya, what are your final words here?
You know, I know that a certain number of Fairfield players and fans are watching this. I think that you're also understanding you're picking up what I'm putting down. Dropletto, you got to get more interested, man. It's the playoffs.
Playoffs. Top two gets a trophy. Come on. You guys get trophy. You guys get hardware. Make it happen. My final thoughts here are, can we all just have fun? Can we all just have a good time? You know?
Never. Blood must be shed, Dylan.
It's competition. Today is the day. You're fighting for a national championship, dang it. Let's go. Let's get crazy. All right? For Samuel, Zaczynski, Zoro, the Fool, and Saya, I'm Dylan Surplus. We'll see you tomorrow right here, same time for the last college game day of the day. And have some fun here today with the top 6 being crowned. Fairfield versus NJIT is coming up next.
Wait, Dylan, before we go to break, I have some news.
Yes. Oh, you have news.
Dropletto might be pulling a 3Z breezy.
Oh, no.
Helly.
Oh, no. Dropletto, no. Dropletto, no. Don't, please, Dropletto. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You're competing for a national championship. Let's do this. Let's have some fun here. Rah! Rah!
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first day of the CCL playoffs. We have Fairfield versus NJIT today, and it should be a pretty fun game. I'm joined here by Saya. What do you think of this one?
Hello, I'm Saya here with AJ Cannon, and I'm quite interested by this game because both teams are pretty different from expectations, right? Of course, the Fairfield roster is the same as expected, but importantly, this is the least motivated that I've seen Dropletto in forever. And I think really highly of NJIT's goalie, EKC Mingo, who, despite their low rank, has very solid fundamentals, so this really could go NJIT's way despite them being a much lower seed this time.
It could. And you always love to see those upsets, especially in the CCL. There are sometimes some wide gaps in the teams, but then, wait a minute, that team's winning? They're not supposed to do that. And you always see in the chat everyone going wild. Those teams, especially when it's the underdog, you love to see it. But starting up, we have the Juno goalie. We almost had the bite breakers there if we had a Fini goalie instead. But pretty interesting pick there, the Juno goalie. Not always the most optimal, but can be a lot of fun. Of course, if you know Cakes, then you know that it can be pretty good. It's going to be interesting to see how that play picks out particularly.
Yeah, and reminiscent of that Cakes a little bit is EDA Phoenix playing the ejectless Juno goalie, something that I'm sure we're both pretty familiar with here. But Katsuna on the Luna, always banned out in the North American Strikers League in Tier 1 competition for a reason, immediately gets the first KO, and this is the NJIT that took over last season.
Yeah, I remember casting Katsuna's game, and it was like an 18 KO game or something on this Luna, so we're already seeing that come out. Me as well with a little bit of dribble on the bottom there with the ult as well as, secure that first goal. A lot easier when half the enemy team is dead or has no HP, but still a nice bit of tech there just to use the ult, keeps the core in the corner, and just wins a solid 1v1 against the goalie.
Yeah, isolating the matchup is very important when you're up against a goalie like the Juno, who is much less scary up close, but that primary does a lot of work. Mai is taken very low here. Tons of damage on this start for both teams, and a great save by EKC Mingo. Yet again, calm and collected in the corner here as Dropletto pushes up, but the ability timings are just perfect from EKC Mingo.
Yeah, that was an amazing clear with the secondary through the turret. That is difficult to get at the best of times, especially when there's so much pressure with Zentaro there as well. We see Katsuna going down there, Dropletto very low, but not out yet. The core flip kill from me, though, or Mai, is able to secure that kill, so it's a 2v2, although it's not looking very long for this world, as Mai has to run up to the top, but isn't going to be pressured. Dropletto is going to let her live for a couple more seconds until I say something. Bit of a caster curse on that one, but Dropletto finds a really nice kill.
Yep, and some more pressure into the corner here. The corner offense getting started, and Dropletto being set up at the moment. Strages rebounds, but Katsuna, just barely misses a barrier take opportunity, and now the Juno gets a lot scarier, but a barrier's taken on the other side as well. This last barrier is going to determine the fate of this point, it feels like.
Yeah, it will, but it's going to be a while before those go down as we see... Never mind, Katsuna arcing across the top, about to prove me wrong. The ult comes out from Julie as well, the core flip from the Juno, and the bounce off Black Hole is really nice by Dropletto. The Luna ult sends it backwards a little bit, and Strage is able to dodge it, gets the barrier as well, and never mind, both barriers are now down. Primary comes out of the Mako, great dribble with the punch as well from Mai. Katsuna on the core flip, gonna use it and send it to the bottom right underneath, as Phoenix expected the pass, but Katsuna just took the... It's the bell curve play, you expect, the play pass to my forward will send it in. But they expect me to do that, so I can't do that. So I'm just going to send it straight at the goalie, and it's going to work out.
Yeah, good coverage attempt by Phoenix, but just outplayed there, like you said, by Katsuna. And the offensive version of the Ensnare Drums actually doing a lot of work there. Not a barrier take, but participating on the offense is always a good thing if you're a melee goalie. That additional pressure will eventually lead to something like a ton of damage on Strages. And I think teams are really recognizing that Strages is key to enabling Dropletto, and Dropletto playing with the midfielder is like a key part of his game plan as a star player. And like we see there, Strages set up for a KO perfectly. Strages do cyber swipe, as they say.
Yeah, they do say that now. Barrier gets taken. Only one, though. Mingo able to prevent the double barrier in this play. And Katsuna able to secure one on the bottom. So even though it's the... Never mind, it's a double. So in the negative power play, and they get the kill on the back. Almost 2 kills. Strage is almost going down there as well, but an incredible flip there. You lose 1 player, but then you take 2 barriers and the enemy player off as well. And Mai as well, again, just expecting Phoenix to go for the cover, and Phoenix doing what would normally be the right play of covering the bottom side. That's the more open part of the goal. There's more area there to cover, so you should go down there. And then Mai says, nope, I know you're going to do that. I'm going to go back up top. And that is potentially ad rush for Katsuna. Would be quite terrifying.
Oh, and ends up going with the glass cannon instead. Really doesn't want that to fall to EDA Phoenix in particular, who would be gliding with that. 1-2 punch also taken. Great for the Julie. Would have been also great for the Juno. But here is the secret ejectless Juno technology. Missile propulsion is gigabis. You get to reach with your slimes across the screen. You don't get the same problems you do with missile prop on forward. I'm very interested to see if EDA Phoenix can have some impact on the offense here.
The one thing that I worry about that is that the excessive range can make it hard to defensively place those slimes in your goal, because they'll always go to one side or the other, so you can't really cover the middle as well. But it is interesting to pick up, and of course does have that forward pressure. So should be interesting to see, but it's 1 barrier to 1 barrier once again. Katsuna trying to get a little bit of damage, trying to get some purchase here. Dropletto not quite finding the barrier just yet, but will find it off the dribble off the gate there. And Mingo, great secondary Katsuna back pass there. Really nicely done. A lot of damage being exchanged here, but slightly favoring Fairfield here as Katsuna is about to die. The ult comes out from both of them, though, and Strages goes off the map. Mai is almost able to get the punch secure there, but a great clear by Phoenix gets it right through the Julie there. And the missile prop is allowing this Junior to play a little farther up, keep it towards Dropletto, kind of playing that midfield role as Strages is off the field. But Dropletto takes a lot of damage. Mai gets the pass up to the top, but this time Phoenix is able to get the clear on that one. Mingo goes to the core for the tempo, and Mai sends it all the way back to the bottom. Katsuna's missile also, unfortunately, doesn't get the connection, and it was so close to being so good, and then not quite.
Oh, and Dropletto got the passive instead of the normal strike, which means that the flick off the ult didn't work out. So many slight missed opportunities. The slime is there. Good redirect by Phoenix to not send it right into my space. And strike worth the punch as well. The defense is spectacular from both sides right now, but there's the slime issue we're talking about. But a good defense. Oh, the goalie goes down as well.
They're trying to make it through here, but Strage is on the defense now as well. Dropletto falling back. Mai getting passed up to Katsuna, but Katsuna missing the top just barely, unfortunately, and Strage is able to get the clear around Mai. The punch is a little too short. Juno passes to the Julie, but it actually works out there. Katsuna's ult was also a little too far away on that one, trying to cover a clear that didn't happen. Black Hole sends it backwards. Dropletto with the ultimate with the Oni's blade, but they're trying to keep it on the goal line. It's not in the goal just yet. Strage is the bottom of Katsuna with the rocket dash.
This is the craziest point that I've seen. Dropletto with the flip, but the Incendiary is perfect from EKC Mingo, and now Mai walking it up, but the dash punch is misplaced. Oh no, AJ, it's mistakes on both sides.
It's mistakes on both sides, but it's also plays on both sides. They're not quite able to get multiple plays in a row, but there we go. Dropletto with the overtime, sending the red cord there just with the primary. Of all of the ways for that to end, with so many tense goalie line plays, it's just the long shot, the casual primary from Dropletto that sends it in.
Yeah, and on both teams, right, the goalies are the lowest ranked players, the players with the least expectations, but I think both of them are really stepping up. They locked it down so far this game, especially in that previous point, and good coordinated defense from the Fairfield Stags to not let that second barrier go down, and this is a really interesting game so far.
Yeah, I have to say I'm quite impressed with the way that these goalies are playing with their teams, because that's one of the hallmarks of lower-ranked players typically, is that it's very difficult to play and get out of that solo queue mentality. But they're able to do it pretty well here and give chances for their midfielders to play, going for the passes, even up to the forwards sometimes. And that's going to be a kill, not quite onto Aimi there, off the black hole. It's going to be the barrier going down, though. Strage is trying to fight back against Mingo, but the one single glitch pop isn't going to do too much there. Katsuna going for a clear up to the top to buy some time, and Aimi is now off field. Dropletto going for a dribble, almost has the core flip available, but it is an open goal, and Phoenix sends it up into the Julie, unfortunately. I think the Juno expected the Julie to go for a dash downwards, maybe a punch downwards as well, but unfortunately just went straight in the line and predicted Phoenix is up clear.
Yeah, that's one of those situations where you have to play with confidence as the goalie. Even though you're in a disadvantageous position, if you're confident... Whoa! What is that clear? EDA Phoenix, the reverse Sad Boys angle to make the clear somehow and save one barrier. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's a... I don't know if that was intentional or maybe just a bit of panic, but either way, that's a very difficult clear to pull off, and so seeing Phoenix do it, pretty nice in the heat of the moment. It's even difficult to do it in practice. But it is going to be the barrier falling down the end. But they do answer on the other side. Dropletto has the core flip, has the passive, is going to be defended. Mingo with a great primary there is going to keep the play alive. Katsuna getting struck more by a slime, and Mingo, unfortunately, strikes a little too early there, doesn't get the core. And Phoenix is going to be the one that secures that with the missile prop.
Yeah, what a precise angle to get around Katsuna with that timing. And this game is the closest that I've seen, I think, out of the entirety of CCL. Like, both teams have clear win conditions. Both teams have goalies that are playing well, but this is an open net, and this is gonna... Oh, whoa! A Soren angle at that moment?
It's pretty good, but both the barriers are still down. Phoenix has a lot of ground to cover here, and Dropletto is about to die. Never mind, Strages gets a great kill and allows a bit of a comeback, but never mind, Mai with a double kill. Core flip against the slime, sends it down to the bottom. And that was so... I was going to start talking about how it's such an uphill climb for Phoenix, but I think they can do it. Strages gets the kill. It's great. It's the power play. And then Mai just gets a double kill and scores the goal. So, you know, really well played by Mai.
Yeah, but there's a slight upside to that for Fairfield, right? It's that Mai really didn't need to use the flip there. Oh, and that barrier is also a huge upside as they converge onto the play. They find both barriers, and Fairfield are looking pretty good.
Yeah, Katsuna very low on health as well. And, ooh, that's the barrier going down. Phoenix a little bit too far up, not able to jump back in time. The Incendiarum's actually playing a little bit backwards there and keeping him in this corner, so Dropletto gets a chance. But the chance is not quite taken there. Strages, bit of a back pass around the black hole here. Meanwhile, Mingo's trying to defend against Strages and Phoenix while Dropletto's running away from Mai and Katsuna on the top side of the map here. They're both trying to get the kill that will be the catalyst for the finishing of this set, because either team who scores wins this set. It's 2-2 here. Dropletto using the Oni's blade unnecessarily there, actually saves it, and Katsuna is all the way over. Dropletto playing around a little bit, farming up a bit of a core flip to use it in the goal. I mean, a well-deserved flourish there after getting the kill on the enemy goalie. I think that could have been scored a little sooner with the Oni's blade unintentionally saving it, but at the end of the day, Dropletto gets the style points, gets the goal, gets the set, and puts Fairfield on the board.
He had the goal, made it unnecessarily scary, gave Katsuna an out even, but now unlocks the dash range, and this game just got a lot scarier for EKC Mingo, right? That Zentaro is going to have a lot more capability to solo score and also play with the IME. And with that bulk up as well, they've been targeting Strages quite a bit with the KOs. That it's going to be quite hard to do so now.
Yeah, another thing as well is the explosive entrance going away of Zentaro instead of the Mako. This is a Mako with no dash awakenings. And we've sometimes seen people stack every dash awakening on the game on Mako just to make sure that the forwards are as fast as possible. Phoenix with a little bit of an unfortunate clear there, but still has one barrier, and sometimes on Atlab it's nice to only have one barrier. It can be a little hard to clear around the second one. It's copium, but also it's not. Mingo not able to defend that top barrier as well, so it's a 1-to-1 here. Mai for a triple on the top here with the ult as well. Katsuna not even necessary there. Mai just puts it straight through. Dropletto with that increased dash range, not able to get the barrier there. Almost a pass up to Katsuna. The primary from downtown from Mingo keeps it forward really nicely, but the battle against the slimes in the IME is being lost on the bottom here. Firewall Sentry comes out as well, but it's a great clear up to the top side. Katsuna used the ult, so does Dropletto. Rocket Dash comes out just to get to the bottom here as both players, both midfielders on both teams are just teleporting all over the place. The Bears finally down, open goals on both sides. Zentaro passive not able to get the job done. The strike shot gets the clear. Michael keeps it forward. Katsuna with the rocket, not quite able to get it, but Dropletto gets the kill. The Ensnare Drums comes out to buy a little bit of time. 10 seconds till Luna's back on the field. Can Mingo hold on? The core flip says a little bit more time is on the books here. Strike shot as well. Strike war against the slime is really nice. The cyber swipe up to the top from Strages sends it all the way over and into the goal.
Yeah, really well played by Strages. Those are the types of plays that you need to make if you're a midfielder on the team of Dropletto. I think we had a bit of a discussion the other day about this, but the reason why it's so important is because Dropletto plays in a way that enables the midfielder to look good. And that's the reason for the copy passes, that's the reason for the game plan. But it's also very different from how most of Mega Strikers teams, especially mid-level ones, actually play. And Katsuna, the solo play for both barriers, forget about that, it's the Katsuna show.
Yeah, I mean, you can talk about teamwork, but it seems like NJT kind of has a bit more of a selfish plan of just enable each player to be their best individually, and they really play in that very well. They let each other have the space, they let each other have the time. The primer from Mako was almost great. The Rocket Dash is able to secure it, and I was just talking about, you know, there's not maybe as much team play there, or team enabling from NJIT, but they do all have a hand in that one. But it seems like rather than, you know, you're talking about Dropletto kind of giving the spotlight over, it seems like NJIT, every player is trying to take the spotlight at every moment. And it seems to still be working pretty well for them.
Oh, an unfortunate missed strike, and Mind the corner with the flip available. Flipped away, right away from Katsuna, but a good strike shot by EKC Mingo. A good strike war by EKC Mingo. And this goalie is really locked in right now.
Yeah, Katsuna, the rocket dash as well against Phoenix can be very difficult. And the rocket as well to secure the kill on Dropletto, and Mai sends it through. Katsuna with the ultimate just in case somehow Phoenix is able to get down there. But it is a really nice execution there from NJIT.
Yeah, just really cleanly played. Mai now low on meter, but same can be said about the entirety of Fairfield, and that's a dangerous situation to be in here, as Mai just minding the bottom side. They're so good at playing the lane, their comp is, and Katsuna can jump in from one side to the other whenever necessary. But right now, Fairfield is trying to start their own offense. EKC Mingo, though, proving to be quite the obstacle, and Strage is, I think, over-forcing in the corner. There's a lot of ways to get it to drop Leto, but even though this team is known for the corner, I think they're pushing too much in it.
Yeah, it can be very difficult sometimes. It can be very good to use the corner. At the Mai ult there is so nice for Mingo there, keeping the barrier alive. Dropletto is very low as well from that. Katsuna is keeping the core forward, while the Julie and the Mako attempt to kill a Centauro, but that missile prop almost kills Mingo, sends him off, but Dropletto does go down. Now it's power play here for NJIT. Mai trying to get along the bottom here up to Katsuna, but a great strike war there from Phoenix means that the core is not going to get this barrier just yet. Katsuna dribbling to Mai, but not quite getting it through. The rocket as well is going to miss. The core flip finally invested there, but actually gets a barrier off the rebound there. An unfortunate angle there. Mingo not quite ready for that one. Katsuna ult comes out, the dash as well. Firewall sentry, though, so good for pushing it forward, and Dropletto is able to just get the goal there. Really nicely played.
I think that was Kasuna's rocket that accidentally set it up for Dropletto. That was a weird backwards rocket trying to bounce it off the bottom bumper, but I think EKC Mingo didn't expect it. And it is quite the weird way to play defense as well, so don't blame that goalie at all, who is already creating barrier takes on the offense.
Yeah, it can be very difficult to manage, especially on those melee goals. You're trying to push the edge of how far you can push forward. But never mind, the passing play here from NJIT just going around Fairfield. I thought we were going to have a little bit of a pass back and forth, a little bit of downtime, and then it just explodes. Just instantly pass, score. Done.
All right, and this draft is also a little bit weird here. The Twin Drive, a big opportunity for the Juno goalie, sparking a little bit happening here. But my eyes are on that Twin Drive, my eyes are on that Timeless Creator. 2 Impactful Awakenings. Primetime opted for instead. So the Timeless Creator and the extra special traded here. The IME gonna get that Timeless Creator. No, goes for the aerials. They're denying Dash Awakenings all day here.
Yeah, that's a interesting one there. It's also a little sad to see 2 members of NJIT with the Sparks in a triple Spark draft. And I think we might have already seen the Spark of Agility in a previous draft, so I think it's just a one-and-done Spark, which is always a little sad to see.
Yeah, but it's totally fine if they manage to win this point, right? If they just take their... if they just bring the end of the game before the Spark, scaling or not, has a chance to occur. And I think Mai going to be happy with that Spark of focus anyway, but not happy with being taken out, as the damage focus has improved considerably from the Fairfield Stags.
Yeah, we do have a lot of defensive play here from NJIT, though, defending really well. Julie is now back on the field, and Dropletto dribbling off the black hole, trying to keep it forward, but Mai comes out with all the abilities back up, of course, from being dead, having the time for those cooldowns to come back. Katsuna trying to get it forward to Mai, but Dropletto and Strage is actually playing doubled up on the bottom, but in a really nice way that allows them to cover any way to get it past them. So it's just so difficult to push it forward here. Finally, though, Katsuna gets it up to the top. Rocket Dash. Slime forward is really nice, though. Cyber Swipe as well. The ultimate comes out from Luna, but doesn't get too much done just yet. The dash from Dropletto gets a lot of damage onto this Luna. The Slimes as well. The Oni's Blade. This Luna is very close to death, but so is Dropletto. The Incineratrums comes out to the middle of the field. Rocket Dash from Katsuna, no HP, no problems there. But the Slime with the last second gets the barrier. Nicely done by Phoenix there on the missile prop. The core flip from Mingo is really nice to keep the play alive. Black Hole comes up in the middle as well. The Firewall Sentry not quite finding what the connection that it was looking for. And the Slime getting it around, though, with the overtime going very fast here. And it goes up there. Dropletto managing to find the top of the goal.
Yeah, EKC Mingo, unfortunately, the first rookie mistake that I've seen, a little bit too direct on the pass to Mai, a little too impatient to get it out of their half, ends up setting it up perfectly for Strages to get the pass. And you got to slow it down. Even though it's scary when it's overtime, when the nets are open, you got to slow it down as the goalie. You got to wait a little bit. You got to send it in the slower way so that it doesn't come back to you that fast.
Yeah, It's very difficult at times to hold on to the patience in those moments, but it is the most crucial in those moments as well. Core flip from Katsuna is able to get it forward, but no barriers taken for the side of Fairfield. They do manage to take out Dropletto, though, which is a nice bonus there, and that's going to be Strages able to teleport out from underneath Mai, who invested the core flip in trying to get that kill. And Strage is very low on HP, but still saving the core flip. Barriers go down, but Dropletto's back on the field. It's the opportunity here for Fairfield to come back. The core flip invested there just to get my offer back. And it's going to be just some passing play on the bottom here until the barrier goes down. Not quite great save by Mingo.
Oh, and a KO found as well. A very delayed KO. That's huge for NJIT here. This power play is going to be really coordinated up to Mai, staggered, and finally, no, not taken out. The core was there, but the goalie's down. Oh no, EDA Phoenix stepping a little bit too far into the net, and NJIT won't let that go.
Yeah, that is NJIT's first goal in what could be the last set if they take the other two here. Although Fairfield doesn't look like they're going down without a fight here. Dropletto able to dodge out of the Luna ult, but it does give control of the play over to NJIT for a little bit here. One barrier goes down, the second one not quite falling just yet. Dash investor from Katsuna not finding the connection. Strike shot from Mingo keeps it forward really nicely, but the missile prop slime is actually doing a ton of damage here to Mai, who is almost dead here. And I think we're going to see Strages and Dropletto trying to get the kill here, but the barrier goes down as well. EDA finish jumping away from this Luna ult as well. Luna dashing forward, trying to get fast up to Mai, but the interrupt by the Oni's blade is really nice for Dropletto.
Yeah, and these later strikes are looking coordinated from Fairfield, but the offense is not. Dropletto has flip available against the flip of Mingo, but Strages is there, teleports in, strike wars it to find the barrier take, and now Strages, it's a Strages show, but there's Katsuna finding a KO. A really fast core from EDA Phoenix, but they gotta get out of the situation without their brawler, and that's not looking too easy. The later strikes are perfect though, and Strages will help escort the core away. Flip available for Strages, but barely missed. The barrier still standing, but there's Katsuna going in. The hit's done enough to displace EDA Phoenix, and now it's huge for NJIT if they can weather the storm here.
But that's Mai going off the field there. The Luna ult comes out, the rocket getting not quite the connection, does hit the goalie, and that's going to be Dropletto dying, but Strages doesn't care and sends it straight through anyways.
Yeah, really clutch cyber swipe by Strages, lines it up perfectly with Mingo in that moment, and that's so important because otherwise I think NJIT would have the momentum to end this game right here, but instead it's Fairfield with the opportunity to bring us to a fifth set.
Yep, and they're looking to take that opportunity here, but they're on the back foot for this point. The first barrier going down, but Katsuna does have to invest the core flip there and is very low on health as well. The cyber swipe from Strages on point this entire game. So many great plays with them. One barrier going down as well. The dribble off Black Hole is nice with the slime. Glitch Pop finding Katsuna as well. Almost no HP on this Luna, but the ensnare drums from downtown is able to get the second barrier here for the side of NJIT. The rocket comes out into the corner, but it's nicely defended there by Strages, not letting the setup get to Mai there. Mingo using the secondary to buff up the speed of the team, allowing them to come back. Katsuna trying to do a rocket dribble, but not getting it through Phoenix in the end.
Oh, and drop a little bit of a miscommunication. Didn't expect the core to get there. This Juno is a very unconventional with where it can reach, and that's a big KO. Mai low, but Katsuna thriving with this speed. Dropletto finds the KO, but Katsuna is everywhere and brings us to match point.
So I think we're learning that KOs lose because we just saw 2 points where the forward kills the enemy forward, or the enemy forward dies, and then their team's midfielder still just scores. So that happened twice in a row now. So I guess just don't kill the enemy forward. That's what we're learning here.
One barrier taken. Dropletto low. One barrier on the other side gone as well as Strages looks for an opportunity here. But good clears by EKC Mingo, preempting it. Oh, but a bit of miscommunication there. Saves Dropletto for the moment, and now Mai might be the one in danger. Flipped away, but defended by the Slimes. Really scary black hole situation, but Dropletto's KO is messed up by the core itself. It's miscommunication on the damage front from both teams here as everyone stays alive.
Yeah, they're trying to get there, but they're not quite managing just yet. That's going to be Dropletto being the one to die at the end when all is said and done. But the cyber swipe strikes from Strages again on point this entire time. Luna comes out, buys a little bit of space here. Mai not able to find the connection onto the barrier, and the Strages invests the core flip there. That's going to be the black hole killing Luna there. Nicely played with the dribble of the core into it. Strike shot keeps it forward though. Mai trying to find the dribble with the punch, but not going to find it. And Mingo clears into Dropletto. Finally gets a down clear, but Strages is there with the cyber swipe, and yeah, Strages cyber swipes pretty good this game.
Yeah, bit of an impossible situation for Mingo, I think. It's really tough in the corner. I think clearing into Dropletto was technically correct, but you have to play it so carefully. The angles just have to be perfect because Strage is covering so much space. And so it's really ambiguous. They have to deny Hotshot here. That Juliet's probably going to take Hotshot. No! Hotshot is let through! Wait, EDA Phoenix! EDA Phoenix is... What is this? This Fairfield draft is crazy!
Yeah. I think that NJIT lost this draft one pretty handedly. I mean, I think they're taking a gamble here and saying that we can just kill the Juno if we have the extra damage. We can just kill Strages, and there's the extra damage on the Luna ult coming into play. They're taking a gamble and just saying that that kill pressure is worth giving over the Hotshot, and looking like it so far. Pretty nice play there from NJIT, but we're going to see once Juno really gets the resets on the cooldown, she really becomes a menace there when she has a chance to play the game, and it's really just a question of, does Juno get to play the game?
And that was a bit of a mistake from Strages. That was not a true combo, and they've been a little stunned by that, I think, because they're losing barriers left and right. NJIT just saying we're the better team.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where sometimes the mental just takes a dive. You know, you think that you're great, you're playing really well, you are great, and then one small thing's happen that you're not expecting, and it can lead to so many issues here. I'm hoping that they can recover, and they seem to be. The point is a lot longer this time. They're getting a barrier. They're taking the offense here. The Slime's red-coring it around. They're starting to see the ray of hope that is this Hotshot Juno. Katsuna's looking to put an end to it, but not quite. The Missile Prop Slimes, the Oni's Blade. It's going to be the open goal here. Great dodge from Phoenix. Doesn't quite manage to defend the barriers there. It's going to be potentially the goal here, but Dropletto is able to strike away the core on that one.
And Mai is moving so quickly to Stagger Swagger doing its work here, playing for your own win condition. Are NJIT and EDA Phoenix a calm clear away. The core speed perfectly lined up with Dropletto, and that's what we like to see from the Hotshot. It's going to be scary, but I think that Fairfield has what it takes.
Yeah, I mean, it could just be that Fairfield just wanted more content, wanted to go for the reverse sweep in the last set for the content. So, you know, maybe this is actually all according to plan strategies with the dodge that time, respecting the Luna ult this time. Mai able to get some pressure there, but takes so much damage for it and almost dies. Strategies gets a barrier on the bottom side as well. The glitch drop comes out, sends it forward, interrupts Katsuna's dash as well. Really nicely done. It's going to be the Oni's Blade to secure the kill onto the Juliet. Double core flip, unfortunately, from NJIT. They're feeling the pressure a little bit on this one, making some mistakes. The Luna ult, though, gets a lot of speed on this core and also bounces it up and down, so it's really difficult to get there. Buys a lot of time. That's the kill flip from Dropletto. The back pass doesn't quite get the connection, but it's off the black hole. Maybe something there. 8 seconds till Luna is back on the field. Can they do something here? The strike shot keeps it forward. There's going to be Mingo going down, and Juno getting it forward to Dropletto. And that is going to be the 5th point, 5th set. We've gone all the way. Looked dicey. This was almost a 3-0 sweep in the last set, but Fairfield does not give up.
And Dropletto, importantly, has the passive strike, gets away from the specialized training crater of Katsuna. And EDA Phoenix with the core speed around the world, both barriers down. Fairfield, the 2 points made me doubt them, but I think they have what it takes here. A perfect KO from Strages. EDA Phoenix with 2 barriers to play with. The core speed around the world. Wait a second, it's going around the world in the wrong direction.
When it does go around the world, it does come back. But that's going to be Dropletto sending it in with the passive there. Nicely done. There's a chance for NJIT to come back, but Dropletto said no.
Yeah, it was shaky all throughout. Both teams had what it took, but in the end, Fairfield locked in. The Juno Hotshot got activated, and EDA Phoenix made sure the offense could accelerate past the specialized training nukes that Katsuna was throwing.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I think the star of this one, though, as much as we've talked about every player, I think Strages really is just the player of this game. Every single cyber swipe seemed to have so much value. And there were a couple mistakes here. There's, you know, the one Luna ult that wasn't dodged, but aside from that, so many clutch cyber swipes, so many glitch pops, just playing so well in this team.
Yeah, just precise here, and we're heading on to the next map now, which will be Taiko Temple. So this is about to get even crazier, I think, because Taiko Temple often plays like a wackier version of Atlas Lab.
Yeah, it certainly does allow the core to be accelerated a lot more off of those drums. A lot more creative angles are found by people because you can actually get faster bounces off the drums than just a straight shot. So should be interesting to see how these players, who evidently and apparently are very good, we've seen them go toe-to-toe all the way 5th point, 5th set, and very close one, So I think they're going to be able to use Taiko Temple very well, and we're going to see a lot of creative angles coming out of this one.
Yeah, and on that Taiko Temple as well, a lot of the usual picks are probably going to come out. I think Asher priority gets a lot higher as well. Of course, Asher completely unpicked, unbanned during the previous draft, but I think that could definitely be a point of contention because that character is a little crazy on this Taiko Temple map.
Yeah, I've lost track of how many times I've been playing goalie on Taiko Temple, and there's an Asher Ford, and I'm just like, all right, here we go again. And usually the answer is just try and kill the Asher, because if he gets in close, there's not a ton you can do. The tight corners, the weird barrier shape, the ability for the drums to get it around the map so quickly means that Asher can kind of just sit in the enemy goal box and just rely on the midfield to get the core to her and just send it through every time. So really nicely played in the last map. So I think that this midfield forward combo on either team that managed to get the Asher, if it's not banned away, will be able to really use it very well.
Yeah, and the Awakening Start also leans that way as well. I think the X is going to stay banned throughout this entire series. NJIT do not want to see that X in the hands of Drop Leto, especially when a Might of the Colossus start is the case. But they have the option here. They're on blue side now, so they could leave it unbanned, pick it first, and have that Might of the Colossus for themselves as well. So with Mai being an X player, I think that could be an opportunity for them. Oh, never mind. They just banned it.
It is going to be the ban in the end anyways. There's also the option of counterpicking the Era. Not always the best play, but especially if the X goes Might of the Colossus, you can pick up the Era, get the nerf on the power as well. So it's not the worst thing, but it is going to be the Asher first pick here from NJIT. The X ban into Julie ban into Asher pick. So that's probably the main forwards here. I think Kazan is still on the field, so that is an option. I'm not sure if Drop Leto plays it as much as some of the others, but can be equally annoying, especially on a side start.
Yeah, the Estelle now coming out. That's a big pick for Strages. It's not going to be the Aimee, but it's going to be a lot more reliable, right? Not as flashy as the Aimee on those big plays, but a lot more reliable, coordinated pressure for the side of Fairfield combined with whatever Drop Leto's doing. And they get the Juno again. So EDA Phoenix not forced off comfort, and that's really important, especially for these goalies to be on comfort in these series.
Yeah, and that's one of the other things, especially in CCL. If you see that one team has a player that's playing really well, but they have that one comfort pick, targeting that player is a valid strategy, and just saying, hey, we'll ban away their one comfort pick and make sure that they don't have that ability to play their best. Because a lot of the players, like, you ban away Drop Leto's X, like, yeah, he doesn't have X, but he's still Drop Leto. Like, he's still going to play really well. But if you're able to target some of the other characters, sometimes you can get a lot of value from those bans. So seeing Phoenix on that Juno is surely a bit of a relief for the side of Fairfield.
Yeah, and we're seeing the Restel composition. Rasmus Estelle so reliable at the core control, and that is what we're seeing on the side of Fairfield University. They're going to have a lot of mobility around the map, a lot of agency for Drop to play a pseudo midfield position at times for Strages to line up those piercing shots. I really like that. But on the other end, we have also some playmaking. Mai on the Asher and into the Juno. That Asher is going to do quite well.
Yeah. It is definitely an option there, and especially with the Mako support. The extra speed on the Asher is always welcome. So being able to get that. Now, if we have another game where every single Dash Awakening is denied from Mako, maybe not as much speed coming out there, but there's a lot of opportunity here. If we see one of those mythical 3 Dash Awakening Makos coming out here, this Asher is going to be already a menace, but so much more of a menace, being able to just zip across the field any which way. But we're going to see which Awakening everyone picks. Geez, if I can actually find my words. But I think it's going to be a lot of Might of the Colossus because we do have the Asher, we have the Rasmus, we have even Mako can benefit quite a bit from the size. But I do think that it might actually be an even split now that I think about it with the Unstoppable. Especially into Restel, it's not a bad choice.
Yeah, Unstoppable not as crazy as it used to be into Rastel, not as composition killing, but it is still pretty valuable. If ED Phoenix is nowhere here, they go Might of the Colossus Pauldrons. That's the secret sauce to get that multiplicative scaling on the power for the core speed and all of that. But I don't expect it.
it is going to be the even split of Might of the Colossus and Unstoppable. Mingo and Mai picking up the Might, the M's, but then also Dropletto picking up the Might of the Colossus on the Rasmus. And then everyone else picking up the Unstoppable. The primary from Mingo almost getting a nice double there, actually very close to it. But Dropletto is going to take the first barrier of the game here with a little bit of a secondary in the corner there. Rasmus' favorite place to be, and that's going to be Asher going down. Dropletto finding first blood. And we see a lot of aggression here from the side of Fairfield here. They're trying to get it in here, but Katsuna gets a really nice clear on the corner here. And Asher is back on the field. So they only lose one barrier at the end of the power play.
Yeah, only one barrier down, and that's huge for this NJIT team. They need to stay as stable as possible, especially when this Rasmus Estelle combo can just control the midfield. The Kai does help in dealing with a lot of that, though. Has that multi-hit barrage to get through the single hits of all of the members of this team. So as long as Katsuna can keep that blazing pace up, that's going to be huge for the midfield.
Yeah, the downside, though, is Kai is very squishy, so if there's any KO potential here, if we see a Stinger pickup or something like that, there is the option for this Restell to start becoming a bit of a kill comp there, especially into Kai, so going to be potentially playing along the edge of the map there, but great defense here, but Strages with the piercing shot able to get it through Mingo there. The Rasmus ult, that Death's Touch, almost getting it in, but just missing the corner. I think both of these teams have struggled with hitting those corners when it counts, but in the end, Dropletto gets down to the bottom. The clear from Mingo just so difficult when you're up against that Restell.
Yeah, they had a lot of opportunities, and that's what this comp excels at, right? Creating their own opportunities for either the teammate or even yourself. There's plenty of ways to make the goalie sweat, and in a case where the goalie is not the most confident player on the team on both ends, I think that's going to be so valuable on the other end, right? This Asher will be a reliable versus good players or less experienced ones, so it's less picking to the difference of the team, I think.
Ooh, Phoenix with the counter kill flip there. A bit of a funny one to see there. The core flip countered not just by core flip, but also killing the enemy forward there. So it starts a power play, but not much is actually coming out of it, unfortunately, for the side of Fairfield. But there we go. The barrier does go down. It's now an open goal. Dropletto with the Death Touch, not finding it, but the slime pass is really nice, forcing out the core flip from Mingo. Rosewarp keeps it from going into the barrier there. Katsuna very low on health, we were talking about it earlier. And the slime on top of the orb, really nicely played by Phoenix, just to ensure that the Kai can't actually get any healing. And Katsuna is just constantly being tagged, constantly kept low, so that this Kai cannot show off the strengths we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, Fairfield looking really good here. Katsuna, always being marked with cooldowns as the rebounds come in. A dangerous spot as the angles are not quite clearing it, but one barrier found on the other end. EDA Phoenix has got to be careful, and a KO found onto Dropletto to slow down the offense to a crawl. This defense is going to be difficult for the Fairfield Stags, but so far they're managing with Strike War wins, with Slime hit stuns, getting it out of the corner.
Yeah. Piercing shot gets it up to the top, but Mingo is able to get the defense. We see a very low Asher here, but does pick up the orb before the pendulum swing comes out. So no death just yet, but you can see Dropletto Phoenix hovering right on top of this Asher while Strages just tries to buy some time. But Asher managed to find the barrier beam to actually secure that barrier, and Strages looking forward. The Ensnare Drum's not finding the connection. Piercing shot comes out, but it just goes around the world once again. Mai trying to find the angle here, but Katsuna's having to play back in the midfield, trying to keep the core forward. And Dropletto finds it off the drum, gets it forward. Mai going off the map there. The Asher finally found the power play started. The piercing shot goes down over Dropletto, but the barrage from Makai is able to get it forward. Buy some more time in the play. The strike shot from Mingo gets a save, and the red core slimes are finally coming out in the overtime. Red cores from everything now. It's so difficult for Mingo to defend, but he's holding on so well.
Yeah, Mingo holding on somehow. EDA Phoenix trying to create some offense. Dropletto in a 1v1. Flicks it to the bottom side after the hook and secures the goal, but Mingo is almost there. This goalie stepping it up big time, and it's up to the forwards to convert before they finally crack.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of rotation from both teams on that as well. You know, the win conditions are changing so frequently of like, oh, I need to buy time for my forward to get back on the field or to get into position. Other times it's like that where Mai just says, I need to go pedal to the metal right now, get both the barriers before they have an opportunity to do anything, before the Restell has that chance to set up. But the piercing shot is nice. Dropletto finds a barrier on the bottom. Barrage from Kai gets the intercept there. The core flip forced out from Dropletto is really nice, but he forces out the core flip on Mingo in return. So a bit of a trade there on the energy, but Dropletto trying to keep it forward with Strages here as well. Maya in the bottom corner waiting for the core to get down there, and it will from Mingo. The Pendulum Swing actually going backwards there. The barrier beam gets it through, and Phoenix just not having too many tools against this Asher. That's right up in your face.
Yeah, can we talk about this EDA Phoenix Juno matchup against the two forwards here? Against Kai with the multi-hit barrage and Asher with the barrier beam. This is the nightmare Juno matchup, I gotta say. But, you know, managing quite well so far, and there is the method to defeating this as Juno. It's to always play ahead of them, and right now EDA Phoenix is having the team stay on the offense, so that's good.
Yeah, I'm quite impressed by that. Just the saying, I'm going to lose up front, so just Juno putting so much forward pressure on this one, and kind of forcing the entirety of NJIT to play back so that they don't have an opportunity to get the setups. What we see there, the pass splitter getting it forward, forcing out a core flip. The core flip counter from Mai as well, not getting the connection there. Core flip from Katsuna as well, also going to miss, and that's a lot of energy bled off, but so far the barrier is still standing, and Mai actually finds the one barrier there. Straight is teleporting into the ensnare drums as well. It's a little unfortunate there. Not too much, all things considered, but it does buy some time. The Death Touch getting Katsuna out of the way there, meaning that the barrier is not claimed there, but Mai is in the corner. The piercing shot comes out, the slime as well. The strikes are really nice. The Giga actually gets the interrupt, and it's going to be the barrier still going down anyways. But it was a little dicey there for a second. Rose Warp comes out, Crystal Thorns, core flip from Mingo, straight across, but straight to Phoenix, unfortunately. And this corner play does favor the Rasmus. Dropletto gets it over. Strages up at the top, Pendulum Swing not finding the connection. Dropletto to the bottom, but the primary from Mako is so nicely done. The slime, and the slime not actually touching it there somehow. Unfortunately, Phoenix not getting the assist, but Dropletto finds it to the bottom there.
Infinite possession. That's the power of Rasmus Estelle, right? So many ways to handle the core, pass to each other, pass to yourself, the dribbles, the back and forth, and they find the goal with... It just looks suffocating for EKC Mingo, who had Katsuna to help on the defense, but it still looked difficult. They're denying Dash Awakenings again this game, knowing the power of the Mako. And once again, it's looking pretty interesting. Stagger Swagger denied. That's huge. EDA Phoenix also picking up a lot of speed to go with the momentum boots. A departure from the strike shot we see them take usually. And that's going to be huge for just getting past the Asher, right?
Yeah. But speaking of getting past the Asher, that is the peak performance, and Bulk Up is still in the pool. So that is a lot of opportunity here for Asher to get a lot of speed, a lot of power, a lot of stacking on that one. So still not a perfect draft. I think it's about the best that you can do, but you're still not happy seeing Asher getting speed in any form. And that's going to be a barrier going down here. Katsuna hitting past there, maybe just a fat finger on that one. But that is going to be the goals opening. Mingo with a last-second clear on that one. Quite impressive there. Always love to see it. And so far, the barrier is standing even against the Crystal Thorns there. Mai playing super far back as well to help facilitate this defense. The layering of strikes is really good. They're keeping this corner for so long here, but the barriers are not going down.
Yeah, they gotta start passing it around. That's the power of Rasmus Estelle. You're not gonna win a stuffing war versus Kai and Asher. But Mai with the flip, looking to close out this point. Dropletto with a strike war, so confident in those situations. No stranger to high pressure moments as EKC Mingo just enough time to make the save yet again. And once again, NJIT looking solid on the defense. They got enough hits to get it out of there. EDA Phoenix up to Strages. They find the save just barely, and now Dropletto looking for the 1v1. Finds the barrier. Their passing plays are starting again. A nightmare for NJIT. This Juno Slime good. Mai with a strike war win, and EDA Phoenix barely can't get there in time.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough against that. That was effectively a 50-50 from a low angle. But it's so difficult for Phoenix to find the correct position. You basically just have to be inside the head and kind of juke them one way or the other. So admirable defense by Phoenix, but nice setup from Mai to just get the point. And I say get the point there as well. The pass putter as well, keeping it in the corner there. Mai just really showcasing good forward positioning there. Good patience, and as well, the setup from Katsuna to help facilitate those things. Getting the core to the Asher. Just playing around the positioning of your opponents that you set up these 1v1s between an Asher and a Juno, which does not go well for the Juno.
Yeah, that does not go well at all. EDA Phoenix not having a good time in this matchup, but it needs to get it around. Needs to start playing to the other lane that the Asher is not in, especially this bottom lane right now, trying to accelerate, but Katsuna is doing so much work in the midfield to slow it down to make sure Mai can access the core. That kind of enabling is just the cornerstone of the NJIT offense.
Yeah, doing really well on this one as well. The Slime keeps it forward as well. So many abilities used. The piercing shot, the whiplash, but they do get the barrier out of it. They're going to be on cooldown for a little bit here, but then they're going to be looking to get the passing play, and that's going to be Mai investing the core flip and trying to get a kill, but just not finding it just barely, unfortunately. Trade is very low on health, but will pick up an orb here in the midfield, while Dropletto gets a barrier on the other side. The Death Touch comes out as well. Slime picks it up too. Strage is on the top side with piercing shot, but a little bit too early. Never mind. Gets the strike on the back end, and Mingo just was not ready for that, unfortunately.
Yeah, the strike timing's not favoring Mingo at the moment. And the Fairfield Stags now, if they could take this set, that would be huge. That would be a huge lead for them. And really just make it so that they have a good chance at 2-0ing this series against an opponent that they do not want to go to a third game against.
Yeah, they're trying to finish it out here, and it shows, but the core flip coming out is really nice. A lot of tempo, a lot of pressure here. Death Touch is going to miss, unfortunately. Pendulum Swing as well, but the strike up to the top again. Just, well, I think Mingo's strike was on cooldown there, and Dropletto got the reset from the Pendulum Swing, so unfortunately, just too many abilities from the side of Rastel on this one.
Yeah, it's quite interesting here, but a lot of flips available, a lot of potential plays to be made. Mai chasing though, and that's one barrier down already. And Mai in the corner, pass splitter up, Katsuna there for the rebound from EKC Mingo as well, and this barrier is not long for this world, but Strages gets it out, finds a barrier on the other end, and Dropletto now activated on the other side, looking for the offense against 3. Not going to get it quite yet, but the possession maintained. Strages prepared to pass, looking for an opportunity here.
Yeah, we also see some of the support from the Juno coming out here, just trying to keep it forward. We see the core flip. He was trying to kill Dropletto there because he ran a little close to the edge, but just not close enough there, unfortunately. So that's Katsuna's core flip down. Mai, though, getting the core here, missing the second strike there, unfortunately, so not securing the bear, and the piercing shot gets it through Katsuna there, through Mingo. Giga Blast is a little too early. Pendulum Swing is also a little too early, though, so the goal is still not scored. The point is still alive. Pass Splitter keeps it in the corner. Mai there in the corner as well with the core flip, but not using it, not finding quite the angle to get it through with confidence on that one. In Snare Drums, though, that time the Pendulum Swing defender really nicely piercing shot as well invested, so the Rastel core abilities are down for a little bit longer. Death Touch gets it so fast across the field. Mai as well with the core flip again on the bottom side, trying to find the angle to use it here to send it through. There we go, finding the barrier, nice angle on the backside of that. Katsuna getting it forward with the barrage as well for support, just in case they get the clear. Dropletto with the core flip down. Primary from Mako is going to whiff, but the strike will not. Piercing shot gets it around. Mingo still holding onto this core flip as well. I imagine we'll have to use it very soon there. There we go. But Mai missing the dash, unfortunately. Preempted a little too much there. Doesn't get the connection. Strike shot whiffed, unfortunately. Dropletto up to the top here in Snare Drums. Just secured just in case. Piercing shot keeps it forward, but not to Dropletto just yet. The whiplash invested. The core flip from Strages up to the top. Katsuna and Mingo forming a line. Unfortunately, not able to cover.
Yeah, really good focus there from Strages. Seeing the angle open itself up instead of going to the pass to Dropletto. And that is what wins a huge set for the side of Fairfield. This early lead, this 2-0 set lead, might just be what it takes for them to just take this entire series here.
And we also see there the bulk up deny away from the Asher. Does still get size on the Asher, but at least there's not the combo of speed and power from the bulk up peak performance. And a prime time going the way of Dropletto is going to be equally terrifying as size, and it's going to be 1-2 punch falling all the way to Juno. I think that maybe should have been a pickup instead of the Stinger, but going to be a lot of speed coming out.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they let 1-2 all the way down. I feel like 1-2 is so pickable on Mako anyway, and Stinger's not going to do all that much.
Yeah, and we do see, though, that one barrier goes the way of NJIT, so they have a little bit of an edge here. Stray just trying to get through the Crystal Thorns. Dropletto as well with the Whiplash here in the bottom, able to get that second barrier just barely. Is Katsuna as well on the other side of the map. Death Touch, Piercing Shot comes through, Pendulum Swing as well. They're really just investing heavily in these abilities, but they're not quite getting too much for it, and it's an opportunity here for NJIT to come back against Fairfield. Dropletto, again, with the Pendulum Swing, not quite finding the connection. Rose War Piercing Shot, though, is able to find that barrier and open up the goal, and the slimes are struck against there. Straight is bouncing off the drum here. Giga gets it through, but Mai almost getting the kill here. If Mai had the flip just a second earlier, that would have been a kill there onto Strages. But it's going to be Dropletto having a flip now. Strages as well having a flip there. Death Touch gets it forward and round to Strages. Rose Warp forward. Core flip, Piercing Shot, and up to the top again. They just found Mingo's weakness, and it is this top corner, apparently.
Yeah, the top corner might be the preferred position of the Fairfield Stags. They're finding so much value there as Mingo It's hard to cover the entire net as the Mako. The weakness is those open goal situations, and this early lead has turned into a huge lead for the side of Fairfield.
Yeah. See the core flip, though, from Mai, able to secure the second barrier here, but not quite getting the rebound there and whiffing a couple of strikes. Unfortunately, piercing shot stuns with Katsuna, so he can't get the defense there as well. The primary from the Mako, the Ensnare Drums as well, keeps the barrier alive, though, for now. These red core slimes, though, are going to be so much pressure and keep it forward so well. Phoenix getting it underneath Katsuna's barrage there. The strike does come out, and that's going to be Dropletto saved by the drum there. Dropletto passing back to Phoenix there. And Strages with the piercing shot forward with the core flip as well, potentially, but not using it just yet. The barrage is going to whiff there. The hook from Dropletto, really nice, but the barrier is kept alive by a great layering of strikes from Mingo and Katsuna until the piercing shot comes through once again. It's going to be Phoenix on the play here. The defense versus the Kai and the Mai there. It's going to go through this Asher-Juno matchup. We've talked about it so much. It's just so difficult when it comes down to that.
Yeah, it's scary. It's scary. We saw EDA Phoenix panic a little bit, send it right back towards Katsuna, and that's the worst case scenario, unfortunately. You got to play confidently, even in this hard matchup. You got to step up. You got to find those clears to the walls, or else you just get taken over by that Asher like that.
Just get Ashered. It's going to be the Death Touch getting up to the top corner here. Piercing shot getting it through, but the last second, I think a slime actually held it on the barrier there for a second. It's going to be Dropletto somehow staying alive as well. The Whiplash is up, trying to get it through this top corner, but Mingo is aware of these plays now. Dropletto, never mind. As soon as I said something, finds the top corner again. To be fair, though, Mingo was hit stunned on that one. A great pendulum swing from Dropletto.
They love that top corner. This Fairfield team has scored so many goals in that corner, and EKC Mingo's got to find a way to mind game into that top corner instead of stepping away from it, because I think that habit is being picked up by Fairfield completely. They're one goal away from taking this entire series.
Yeah, but it's not going to be an easy goal. Mai on the other side of the field almost getting a barrier here, but the core flip is not going to be invested, and the barrier is not going to go down just yet. Gigablast just to tag Dropletto for a second, getting out of position, and that's going to be the core flip in front of the goal here, but it's going to go off the gate a little too soon from Mai, unfortunately. So it's not going to be the confirm on that. Katsuna, though, getting a lot of damage to the Ensnare Drums, not finding the kill, but Death Touch from Rasmus, no health again, no problem here, is completely fine to sit on no health on the enemy goalie box. But never mind, Mai getting the core, sending it up on the top dribble, and just putting it through. Even as it was so close there for Fairfield, they almost got the goal. NJT holds on, and they put themselves 1 point away from getting this next set and starting the reversal.
Yeah, they are locking in right now. Strages to the top side to Dropletto, and both of them are so prepared to pass in these situations. EDA Phoenix building up a lot of meter as well for insurance. This is the point where Fairfield can convert, but it's going to take the scoring the goal itself.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy to score. Mingo with the last second save on that one as well. The Ensnare Drums as well, just keeping Dropletto locked right up there. Mai low on health as well. Both the forwards actually trading a lot of health for these positioning in the plays. The core flip is invested. The piercing shot tags both the goalie and the midfield pendulum swing as well. They're trying to get it through here. Straighters up at the top side with the Crystal Thorns, not going to find it through. Mai finds a dash straight through the Estelle, but it's going to be the piercing shot,
Dropletto?
Not getting it. Great strike by Mingo on that one, and Dropletto has disconnected.
This is weird. Oh, is Dropletto back? Okay, it looks like Dropletto's back. I thought it was going for some mind game. I thought that was just prudent positioning instead, and Dropletto closed it out. A weird end to this series, but it'll be Fairfield moving on to the winner side of playoffs. They'll face Auburn next, who are currently seed 1. So a harsh journey awaits, but they have taken down NJIT, who will have to struggle through the very long and arduous losers bracket.
Yeah, but well played to both teams. I don't think it would be weird if we saw them again later on in the tournament. Just well played to both sides. A lot of really good fundamentals on each side. The passing play between the midfields, the forwards, and the goalies in the midfields. Just every link of the chain felt very polished for the most part from these teams.
Yeah, just really impressive showings from both goalies, right? The two players with the least expectations really showed up. And of course, as always, impressive performance from Strages to really just be the star midfielder of Fairfield.
Yeah, but with that being said, we will have more games ahead, more of these teams later on, most likely. But I think that's going to do it for now. We're going to see y'all later in the day. Stick around because we have more games ahead. See y'all. Welcome back, everyone. I'm AJ Cannon, and I'm joined by Soren because Saya got kidnapped by Erasmus. Don't worry about the details too much. We're going to have GMU versus the UC Frogs up here. What do you think about this game?
First, I just learned like 10 seconds ago that UCF Rogs means UC Frogs and UCF Rods means UC Frauds, which is crazy to me that I've been playing against these people for seasons now, and I just like understood that. But yeah, I'm really excited for this match. I mean, we got GMU over here, a long-standing CCL top contender fighting off against the UCF Rogs, who just upset Tulsa after getting it through play-in. So like, I'm pretty excited for this match. I've been watching some OS in a while, so I'm really excited to be here on the cast, watch some Pico Mega Strikers gameplay. Not here this season in CCL, so had to make my debut somewhere.
Yeah, we're happy to have you here, especially for the playoffs. Always exciting. Gonna have, though, less exciting Night Market at Lab Classic, but still pretty cool. Is fun to see at least what the teams can do on them, even if they are the standard maps, I'll say. But then, of course, if you make it to Game 3, we do have that Clarion Test Chamber, which I'm always a bit partial to. But then we have the comp. We're going to have Immediate Era Ban and Atlas Ban, which I think as far as bans go are some of the less conventional ones, because usually it's been focusing a lot on the brawlers recently from what I've seen. But it's going to be an Estelle first pickup, which I do quite enjoy as well.
Yeah, it should be an interesting game going here to Night Market Game 1. I don't think we've really seen a lot of that today or in general. I know AtLab seems to be favored by most teams. We'll see it later in the series, but should be interesting. I can kind of see, you said the Era ban, I believe, makes sense on the Night Market. Very Era prevalent map, and I know Era's been seeing a lot of play right now, so very meta worthy pick. And a good ban. I could see why that makes sense. And the Atlas ban makes me think the other team's going to try to go for some KO shenanigans. So I'm excited to see how that goes.
Yeah, it's always fun to see some KO shenanigans, especially on Night Market, because it's a map that lends itself so well to the KOs. That little middle area just really funnels people to the sides of the map. And of course, the Julie speed gate, we're going to have the Julie picked up here by the Frogs themselves here. So it's going to be the Julie Mako Estelle versus the Ashers and Taro Now. So even though it's a bit interesting with the Atlas ban into the Now pick, so you can't heal your team, we will heal our team. But it's also now last pick, so there wasn't really much contention for that one either. So it's going to be interesting to see how that one plays out. But it is going to be Spartan on that Pauldron's Asher goalies. That's quite the wall to get through.
Yeah, especially with Juliet. I feel like they're going to have a little bit of a hard time scoring on that character. But yeah, I think the Now pick makes sense. Wiggly Wobbly, a pretty solid Now player. Plus, by picking Now, you're fully denying any sort of heal comp that the UCF Rogs could play. So pretty much means any damage is going to be uncontested if they're able to scale for that. With Rabies on the Zentaro here, Zentaro, pretty well-known damaged character, so we're going to have to see how that goes for them.
Yeah. So far, Zentaro being the one that is damaged. Already staggered and dodging out of the way of the Now ult, unfortunately, there. Wiggly Wobbly trying to get the save right as the Zentaro dash came out. I think that's actually a very hard timing to get as well. But they do manage to open up the goal here, so, you know, Zentaro's sacrifice not in vain here just yet. Night Market Bounce is going to keep it right in front of the goal box, but they get the clear kind of eventually. No, Raby's able to send it right back into Diamond's face to get the first goal.
Yeah, nice solid play by Rabies and Wiggly there, just kind of cutting off the Mako. I definitely feel like JMU has the better comp here. Playing a Zentaro into Mako is one of the few brawlers that seems to have a pretty solid matchup into that character, being able to kind of just like stuff melee goalies pretty easily. And on the Super Third start, like I'm really worried about how Diamond is going to be able to play into this GMU comp. But that being said, an early barrier by UCF. Let's see how they will respond.
Yeah, the earlier barrier is found, but so far no second. The Crystal Thorn's a little bit too short. Oh, the kill from Rabies onto the Estelle here. I believe that's the first one of the game. The kill flip from Tenki not quite found there, but 2 core flips now invested from the Frogs as they're just trying to make this power play go away. But Rabies still able to find the second barrier. The core in front of the goal from Wiggly goes around the Mako secondary, and that's going to be the second goal for GMU.
Yeah, it was crazy. I don't know how that went through the Mako secondary. I'm assuming Diamond, even if I'm playing Mako there, I'm expecting that secondary to pull it out, but somehow barely makes it through, and Jamie's able to find a second point very early. So I got a question. Like, I see like everybody in the lobby running the Mag Souls, and I mean, I haven't exactly been in the region for a while. So is Mag Souls really that rampant right now, or what's going on here? I was expecting at least see one siphoning wand or two through either the Centaur or the Estelle.
I don't know if it's as rampant so much as the Night Market Speed Gate really lends itself to the Mag Souls, where you get all the extra speed from the gate and the Mag Souls at the same time, so you can really just pressure so well with it. But, you know, something like Siphoning Wand, especially on the Zentaro or the Now, would have been really good to just amp up the kill pressure here. So I don't think there's a bad choice on that one either. Fast Splitter, though, dribbling against the bottom here. Wobbly trying to get it through as well. Tanky taking a lot of damage, but, you know, he's tanky. Well, I say that and then he dies. So this has been now a power play here for the Patriots, and they're able to execute on it. It's a 3-0 sweep in his first set.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Mako, I do just like think like the Mako's gonna have a really hard time cutting off those passes. So if Goy doesn't play perfect to block those passes off, or they get a 3v2 or going on, it's just gonna be really hard for them to defend against this GMU comp. That being said, now first pick here, not as dangerous as it could be. Picking up the Stagger Swagger early, gonna get some more speed combined with that Mag Souls and Center Gate means that Wiggly Wobbly just gonna be running around the map real quick, and the bulk up pick on Zentaro, both two very solid picks. The Mako getting the Spark of Focus though could be very solid for late game scaling, which is what Mako likes to do. But besides that, I don't really see too much more importance there. I see the peak performance on Estelle, and the strength Spark on Spartan means he's gonna be doing a lot more damage with that Pauldrons.
Yeah, the one thing that I question there is why the Spark of Strength over the Might of the Colossus when you already have the Pauldron size? Because I feel like that's a lot of strength and, you know, size on Asher as well. So, a little unfortunate there. Diamond, bit of a DC on that one. But it is a score by GMU, so...
I wonder if like his mouse or keyboard disconnected though, because he's not like running into the wall. Oh, he's back.
The Dropleto curse returns.
Yeah, now you actually have me curious now. I am wondering why the Might of Colossus was not picked up. I guess maybe having a Spark user to contest Diamond later in the draft might be solid, but like overall, I think the power would have been around the same if he took the Might of Colossus instead, and would have had like no real contest with the Size Awakenings, minus maybe Juliet, which means he would have been able to get that high power for the overtime core scaling. But I mean, hey, I guess the Spark Strength is going to work out pretty well for them.
Yeah, it is nice to have the contest. Speaking of the contest, though, this barrier being contested very heavily, Wiggly Wobbly getting the barrier there, and the great barrier beam from Spartan forcing out the core flip. Patenki does have the presence of mind to core flip there to get that barrier. Core flip from Wiggly down to the bottom here, intercepted though by the Estelle there, as Rabies now trying to get along the bottom here with the primary, with this secondary from the Mako able to get the intercept on that one. Spartan going up to the top. The dash punch from Julie gets the kill, and now it's the opportunity here for the UC Frogs to do what they can to try and get back in this. Rabies is trying to go around, but the core flip forced out from Spartan means that a lot of time is bought, but not enough. Now is only now coming back onto the field as the goal is already scored.
I didn't even realize that is the craziest pickup I've seen from a Juliet ever. It has the super surge actually over the knife's edge on Juliet. I would be getting killed by that too there, because like the range on that super surge caught me off guard there. But yeah, I mean, I guess like I said earlier, the 3v2s for GMU I guess goes the same side for the Rogs, with both sides playing the melee goalie. Means they're not going to have the kind of speed to contest those dribble / passes from the team. They would get a good point there, but both barriers down for the Rogs again, trading both sides, looking a little bit better this set than they did last time. Hopefully picking up some sort of a momentum there.
Yeah, picking up some momentum, and that's going to be more momentum here for the side of the Frogs as they kill Zentaro off the field. Goes Rabies there. Wiggly trying to get the intercept and actually buying a lot of time here. Zentaro's almost back on the field now. Crystal Thorns is actually going to be the kill from that proximity drone, or sentry drone from Wiggly Wobbly there. Able to get the kill, flip the power play on its head, and get it through as the layering and strikes was not perfect from UCF.
Crazy goal there from Wiggly Wobbly. Getting the hit stun, I believe, on the Juliet. And I don't think Diamond was expecting the core to go through Tanky there that easily, and was not able to react. Alpha the primary might have been in stun still off of it. But yeah, I mean, just like that, Wiggly Wobbly just hitting it through two people. Rabies giving the email like, a crazy play by you, not going to pass to me, but it's going to go in. So it's a play by them. Rabies is going to try to get the dash downfield to get all but nothing. Tanky, nice flip on that. Wiggly able to defend. The ult wasted now. Tanky 1 HP though, might be seeing another power play for the GMU side, but both barriers are down. Let's see what they can do with it. Send it top corner, not able to get through Diamond. Good defense by the UCF Frog side here.
Yeah, Tinky gets the pick up in the middle of the field here, trying to get the setup in front of this Asher, but Wiggly Wobbly able to get the intercept. And the Strike Core won as well. Wiggly Wobbly really showing some midfield prowess here, just with the control of the core. But the primary and the just defense there from Diamond able to defend against Rabies there, even with all that setup. The secondary really nicely defended. The strike shot and the core flip invested, but the goal is kept alive here. Tanky dribbling up to the top. Primary from Mako hits Zentaro away from the core, manages to get the pass cleared down to Estelle, but Estelle just can't get through this now.
Oh no, and Goy hits it right back at Wiggly, giving GMU a very early 2-set lead. That is not what you want to see if you're the UCF Frogs team. But yeah, it's interesting to kind of see how both teams have a different sort of play style. It feels like GMU is almost playing more selfish. Kai is taking the core. Rabies, whenever the core is near them, is kind of sending a dash downfield, trying to catch the Mako with some hit stun, and Wiggly Wobbly just kind of dribbling it around, hoping that Diamond gets caught off guard or hitting it through the midfielder or the solid plan. But yeah, while on the UCF Frog side, it feels like they're trying to pass a little bit more, set up the classic Estelle Juliet game plan to cover both angles, but it just hasn't worked out too well, especially when you're playing Juliet into Asher. I feel like that's going to be a bit hard to do, but like I guess like we talked about earlier, the spark of strength pickup did work out with Spartan getting a second spark. Leadership here means they're going to have more damage as a whole, including Spartan going to have that stack going up at 176 power now. I believe that means in overtime his strike will go red.
It might just. But it's going to be a very quick open barrier and an even quicker goal here. Rabies using the ultimate to get it through, and Damon just not being ready for that. As a goalie, sometimes you're expecting the play to go a little slowly, so you conserve your abilities, you play back a little bit. But then suddenly it's in your goal because the forward just had no chill and decided that this would be a 14-second point. And well decided there. Well played on the tempo there by Rabies to take advantage of that. Wiggly as well, with the help of Rabies, getting that top area, the secondary as well. So much positioning, so much control of the map. We can see that, the Patriots are able to dominate basically 3/4 of the field, and it's only the goalie box that really the Frogs are in control of. But there we go, Tanky getting a great kill onto an Asher that's way too far up there. And that is the opportunity here for the Frogs to go through the core flip from Zentaro, countered by the flurry from Tanky there. Oni's blade comes out, though, and just keeps the play alive, getting a kill onto the enemy goalie, and Wiggly gets the pass up. 1 point away from taking game one are the Patriots.
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't want to say this game's over for the UCF Frogs, but it just feels like they're unable to get that offense going, even in the power play. A very good play by Rabies, both stalling the entire point off with that flip it and slice and dice, but also being able to dash on Diamond, get the kill, and get a free goal there. 2-0 and set 3 for GMU. Will they be able to take it here, or will the UCF Frogs be able to counter?
Yeah. Not quite yet. Rabies with a great primary there. Goes through the Mako. The secondary is countered by his snare drums. Really nice play there from this Mako. But Wiggly just cannot lose a strike ward. Just time and time again. There's another one. Rabies getting the setup. Wiggly up to the top, but is able to be defended. Nice fallback by Estelle there. As Tanky tries to go forward. Gets it through the Asher. Has the core flip. Might have to use it just to stay alive here. As the Oni's blade comes out in the middle of the pass. But the flurry comes out. But there is no barrier taken here by the Frogs, as Tanky has no health to speak of. The core flip gets it around down to the bottom. Strike shot is a really nice angle there just to keep it on this bottom side, getting it forward. Rose Orb, Crystal Thorns not finding the connection, but the piercing shot will. The core flip is invested and just kind of sat on there for just a second, forcing the opponents to move up a little bit more. Really nicely done. Estelle, though, a little bit too close to the goalie, not able to intercept the pass, or not able to get to the pass there. Piercing shot gets it forward, but Rabies able to recover from the hit stun just in time. The secondary countered by a core flip, really nicely done. Passive from Zentaro, not going to be enough either. Tanky along the bottom with a dash punch, but the barrier beam from Spartan is enough to get the fence. Piercing shot as well, not quite enough. Tanky with the flurry, can he get it through on this time? No, because the intercept from Spartan is just so good time and time again.
Yeah, both crazy defense for both goalies, and cast the curse that adds Rabies with a top corner shot right through Diamonds, able to find that map one for GMU. GMU looks pretty unstoppable in that map against the UCF Frogs squad, and I got a question, like what do you think the UCF Frogs are going to try to do to respond to that very overwhelming win by GMU?
I think the biggest thing is not panicking, because after a loss like that, when it is that 3-0, you can get inside your own head. We started to see towards the end, the entirety of the Frogs were in their own goalie box, and that doesn't lead to success. It leads to defense, but sometimes it's a death by 1,000 cuts there. So I think the biggest thing going into the game too is, GMU picked Night Market. That was their map. They had a plan for it. Going into game 2, we're going to be on the side of the Frogs map. They picked the Lab, so they're maybe having a little bit more of a plan there, a little more confidence on that map. And so just taking that, we took a loss. It's okay. That was their map. That was their home ground. We're going to go to ours now. We're going to have the advantage. And just not letting the mental, because I think that'll be the biggest thing.
Yeah, like you said, it felt like the UCF team were in their net a majority, especially in that latter half of that game. It felt like GMU was just kind of keeping it there, not letting it go through, and looking for just, I mean, if I believe correct, that they were just kind of like looking to hit it around Diamond as much as possible, hit it through the SL, which is not a bad idea, especially. We've got a term in the higher levels of play, which is just hit it at the midfielder, like hit it at the forward player, and not never hit it at the goalie, because the goalie knows how to do the goalie stuff. Surprise, surprise. But if you hit it at the midfielder, odds are they're probably gonna have a harder time dealing with it. And that strat worked out pretty well with Wiggly Wobbly, kind of just egoing it at their goal arc multiple times and able to find points through that. We could also see like Diamond had like double the save of Spartan. Spartan was able to walk up more, and I think it's just due to the fact that the USAF Rogs team kept walking back, not trying to give, I wouldn't say incorrectly not giving their goalie space, but when you just play in your net like that, you just are allowing the other team to walk up, and it's really, really hard to get any breathing room when that happens.
Yeah, and breathing room was the big thing in this one. There's just no room for the side of the Frogs to do much. Whereas Wiggly Wobbly, basically ran up and down the field time and time again. There was the one play we had where Wiggly Wobbly just gets the primary to take the Estelle that was a little too close to the edge, takes one player off the field, and then has the leeway to just run around and then 1v2, basically a 1v3, because you kill one and fight the other two, and just really had the run of the game in that one. Even if sometimes you teleport to a Zentaro that teleports away from you and doesn't get the healing.
Mhm. Yeah, we'll have to see how the draft changes this game. I definitely feel like the GMU, their biggest buff they had going into that game 1, it just felt like their comp worked a lot better against the UCF Rogs game plan, which I guess we were kind of questioning off stream. Is like Raby is a very, very well-known Vice player. I wouldn't say one trick, but known specifically for the Vice. Picked up the Zentaro into that game, which I guess you're playing Brawler. You probably don't want to run Brawler Vice, but on that note, playing the Zentaro into the Mako obviously worked out pretty well for them, and we're gonna get in the draft here real soon. UCF banning up the Dubu. So I've also heard that the Dubu in North America has been going crazy recently. I've been hearing that like every team, even on the forward role, has been picking that character, which is kind of crazy to see.
Yeah, we saw at the LAN, of course, in Denver, we had the Dubu Atlas matchup time and time again. One team picks the Atlas, one team picks the Dubu, and you have them fighting against each other, especially on a missile prop start. Having that Dubu is going to be pretty nice, so they're going to ban it away. Responded with the Atlas ban, just saying no super walls in this one, just the regular walls, maybe an Asher here or there. But it's going to be this Estelle prio once again. I think that it's going to be Goi seems Goey seems very confident on this Estelle. It seems to be their comfort pick. So that's going to be the first pickup here from UCF. And then it's going to be Julie Imi going the way of GMU, which that's a lot of damage potential, especially, you take that missile prop on the Imi and you take that built different on the Julie, and you just have so much presence and so much pressure across the map.
Yeah, I do actually like UCF's draft a lot better this game, especially with both the Dubu and Atlas being out there. That means any sort of melee goalie pickup on the JMU side will be pretty hard countered by that Estelle pick if they're able to get the aggression going, with Estelle having a very good matchup into both Mako and I would say Asher. Estelle kind of just shuts down any of Mako's shenanigans with the speed buff, stuff like that. And Asher, very close range melee character, kind of has to actively they don't get the they're not able to react, so they kind of have to spam abilities a little bit more than they would against a lot of different characters. But that being said, I actually don't know who is the goalie on the GMU side, with Asher being picked up by UCF and now Imni being on the side of GMU. And I could be incorrect, but I feel like Wiggly and Spartan both play both of those characters a little bit, so I'm curious how that's gonna go.
Yeah. My leaning is towards the Imi in the goal box, especially with that missile prop being able to just rain from afar. And then the now, I mean, we saw how good Wiggly Wobbly is on the now. I wouldn't want to move them off of that one because that just seems like such a dominant pick in the last game that moving it off of the now would just be a shame even. So now, granted, it could be something wild. We could be seeing like a strike shot Julie here, take strike shot, take missile prop,
I'm
just
down.
basically score from downtown. But I think it's probably going to be the Imi in the goal box. We'll see in just a second when we get into the game here. And it is indeed going to not be there because we're on the other team and we don't see what they are just yet. Give me another second. But it's going to be the Asher goalie with your stealth forward.
I'm excited to hopefully see some Miami goalie. That's my pick. So I always really love that character. Is so fun to watch. Always been usually in the upper half of the meta picks, but just no matter what, it's always a fun character to watch. The expression that character has between each of the players is always really, really interesting to see. But yeah, as we're loading into the game, we can see that it is Spartan onto the eject. I mean, with the missile prop, there's going to be some big damage coming out from the side of GMU combined with the built different Juliet means that any character that on the UCF side that gets low is just going to be absolutely demolished by that Juliet ults.
Yeah, and I mean, getting them low is a lot easier when you have that Imi now to just do a bunch of damage. So really good here, but an even start, both barriers, one on each side. So Frog's not off to a bad foot. It seems their mental is pretty good on this one. We almost have Rabies taking a lot of damage to the black hole there. Diamond trying to make use of the environment on this map. The flurry comes out, and actually that's going to be the first blood. Julie going down here. Spartan able to defend the barrier, but it is the power play for another few seconds here. Tanky in the corner here. That's where Rasmus likes to be, but the Firewall Sentry is going to be deployed. That's Imi ult down, and actually Tanky finds a great angle just around things to get to the bottom of the barrier against the goal gate there. Estelle going along the bottom, but now that primary is going to do a lot of damage and a lot of core speed with that missile prop pickup. And the barrier beam, the dash, countering Rabies' dash punch there, so that's a big cooldown off of this Juliet. Not as much potential for the kills, but Wiggly finds it up to the top. The core flip out of the Asher, gets it all the way across the map over to Tanky, who has the whiplash, but not finding the goal.
Yeah, crazy attempt by Rabies there, getting punished by the Asher. Like I said last game, the Dejine's reverse is Asher into Juliet just feels so hard for a Juliet player, but as I say that, a blink from unfortunate Rosa Warp from Guy leave the bottom half of the net open, and Diamond will not be able to get there from the save, leading for GMU to get an early 1-0 lead into this game. And I also, I don't know, I want to say that UCF has the better comp here, but it just feels like they're still struggling to kind of get the core out of their half a lot. Whenever it seems that Wiggly gets into the corner, he's doing a very good job of just anchoring it there and not letting the UCF Frogs get it out for free.
Yeah, but we do see that when they do get it across, the Frogs do have a lot of potential. Tanky really likes this corner play, and it very much favors the Rasmus there. Glitch Pop comes out, but counter by a piercing shot. That's going to be the dash punch, though. The core flip is able to secure it even in the power play. So investing that core flip early. They might lose another barrier here. They will indeed. So it's an open goal on each side. 4 seconds until Estelle's back on the field here. Now respawning. Pendulum Swing gets it up. Glitch Pop as well. But Rabies has the core flip, is going to miss the dash there. Maybe intentional, try to go for a feint there, but doesn't get it. Diamond is able to do that. The Death Touch is actually really nice to grab the Juliet out of that dribble, but the proximity drone from now, Wiggly Wobbly just showcasing this now gameplay once again, just how dominant you can be, even without Monumentalist. Just able to use these secondaries to get the speed, to get the dribbles into the corner, and just have so much presence in front of the Wiggly Wobbs.
Yeah, I'm extremely impressed by Wiggly Wobbly's Sentry Drone usage this game. It feels like I want to say that he's probably the star player of this set so far, just having that star power to keep the core on the other side of the field and let Rabies and Spartan kind of just do what they want, which is exactly we want to see, especially with characters like Juliet and Imi, where their potential skyrockets when they're able to kind of just get into their positions and set up their abilities. But getting an early 2 barrier here, well, GMU just kind of seems to be running through UCF Frogs right now. Even with this different comp, it just feels like UCF, when they're getting it downfield, are able to get a barrier, but that seems to be a lot harder of a job than you would think.
Yeah,
but I want to say, Tanky, a big fan of the Rasmus pick this game, is going to have a very solid chance at scaling and into the GMU comp. Will be able to hopefully do a lot of dribbling and help go ahead get downfield a little bit more to help out with that offense. But as I say that, he gets sent right off of the field, and a 2v 3 for JMU will allow Rabies to get that dash punch through the bottom corner, and JMU will take first set.
Yeah, they take the first set. I will say that, they're a little stronger off the bat just because of how favored the missile prop is for the IME especially. So not too surprising that they are stronger starting out before the side of the UCF Frogs can really get some of those awakenings that make their characters tick. But it is going to be Monumental's going to now, so I don't know if they're going to get the chance, because that is not as strong as it was a year ago when it was a heavy hit that hit-stunned everybody. But Monumentalist is still very good. The Deadeye falling to the IME is not good for your team either. Last cannon on the Asher goalie, very nice. Stagger Swagger on the Rasmus going to help him to survive. The explosive entrance on the Estelle kind of just something that isn't timeless created on a character that has no creations. Not the worst in some opportunity for kills, but definitely a sad draft if you're on the side of the UCF Frogs.
Yeah, I don't want to say, I don't want to jinx and say this game's over or even remotely close, but I want to say that I do not know if that draft for GMU could have gone any better than it did. First pick Monumentalist on now, and the Asher having to either pick a good awakening or deny Deadeye. How about GMU just to have so much damage in core control now? Like that Monu damage plus core control is going to give, stacked on top with Spartan probably just going to be allowed to just dump his entire kit on whoever he wants. We'll just allow Rabies to clean up every kill, and they're just going to be kind of running down the field now uncontested. It's going to be UCF Frogs have to pull something out of their back pocket if they want to turn this around.
Yeah, this is indeed going to be an uphill battle, but Tanky finds a really nice death touch there as well, getting the second barrier there, the first one taken to Spartan by Spartan himself. But Diamond trying to get around Wiggly Wobbly, and that is not an easy task, as we have seen. But the proximity drone is invested, so is the path splitter there. But it's going to be the Julie getting it through this barrier here. The glitch pop sending it forward and straight through with Wiggly Wobbly as well. Just not expecting to go straight between the goalie and the midfielder. And they find the angle between the two. Damon was trying to cover the top, and Goey was trying to cover the top, but that middle, wide open.
Yeah, Wiggly Wobbly, sorry. Might be Moses this set. Getting so many goals just kind of through the both of the UCF defensive side consistently. It just feels like they're struggling to find an answer to how he is playing. That being said, Wiggly Wobbly, another send downfield, keeping it in the corner against Diamond. Rabies will find the Fiery Fist to get the pick, and a kill from the Monumentalist will allow Wiggly Wobbly to just get another goal. And that's a 3-0 set in extremely nice fashion for JMU. And a Wiggly Wobbly, another MVP. Like I said, star player of the set in my eyes, will get uncontested pick to whatever he wants.
Yeah, and a lot of things here could deny the peak performance from the Asher. Could go ad rush, just try and get more kill pressure here. Stinger, not bad. Interesting to see, but it's going to be the Super Surge. Makes a lot of sense. Just more speed, more damage on that secondary when it's already buffed by the Monumentalist is just insane.
Yeah, the damage that Super Surge gives to now secondary, I feel like is very, very underrated by a lot of players. That ability will do a lot of damage, especially stacked with the Monumentalist. Means that is like, and not just those two, will be like a 40% damage buff, and will just allow for so much damage on top of the already damage heavy side of GMU. And against the characters like Rasmus and Estelle, I feel like they're gonna have a very, very hard time living. But that being said, I just hook from Tanky will get it downfield, get both barriers for the first time, I believe, for the UCF this game. Let's see if they'll be able to find a goal out of there. Tanky gonna try to keep it out of the corner with his team, not able to find any offense though, because he's having to walk back. This is the same issue we saw last game, where it feels like as UCF team, they're gonna have to keep him aside. But I say that a nice caster curse from me as Tanky finds a nice dribble into the top corner against Spartan. Very slightly out of position.
Yeah, it was a nice find by Rasmus, who is enabled by all of the speed. I mean, the Stagger Swagger into peak performance pickups, along with the Slick Kicks, just means there's so much speed available to the Rasmus. Actually getting it through the Cyber Swipe there as well. Tenki kind of on fire on this one and very fast. We can see him blazing across the map there. Pendulum Swing is going to miss there. I should probably stop talking too much before Caster curse him too much. But it is going to be Rabies almost getting the answer here. The Firewall Sentry deployed as well with Path Splitter to the counter on that one. One berry does go down. Second one saved by the core flip there, but an unfortunate clear from Damon forces that out. Rosewarp forward is really nice. Cyber Swipe comes out into a dash punch. Estelle just not standing a chance on that one, not expecting a Tanky. Very low on health, but that does mean a lot of speed is available from that Stagger Swagger. If this Rasmus can stay alive, that's pretty huge, but is not going to matter maybe, as the goal is almost scored there. Tanky very low on health, having to fall all the way back. Crystal Thorns gets it forward. Piercing shot almost through, but the angle was not perfect. Wiggly able to get the clear there, has the core from front of the net, is going to use it and send it through, but Barrier Beam is going to deny. pass down to Tenki there. Wiggly popping Black Hole just to interrupt the dribbles, as Tenki is trying to get it through here, the pendulum swing, and in the overtime red core, the UCF Rogs come alive and look to potentially reverse sweep this game.
Yeah, a nice spot by Tenki there. Spartan, I believe, just very slightly, just a sliver off of that evade bar meant that the Rasmus primary would just hit through for free, a goal on the side of UCF, and I believe that might be their first goal of this game so far. Let's see, they're on the board this time, or sorry, second goal. Misspoke. 2-0 the set though. Finding some momentum here. Let's see if they can keep it up. Tenki, with that, I believe the stagger and peak performance, will have about I want to say like almost 40% speed buff compared to the rest of the opponents. Stacked on top of the slick kicks means he's just kind of able to run through. But as I'm yapping, it feels like GMU was able to answer back with a quick goal answer, 2-1 in the set 3.
Yeah, unfortunately, it seems like Wiggly Wobbly is still not interested in losing any strike wars, and there were like 2 or 3 in a row that just were close, and if Tenki had been able to win one, or Goey had been able to win one, then it would have cleared all the way across the map, but Wiggly playing so confidently and so well in this position, able to just navigate around the enemy team, but Tenki able to use the pendulum swing to get it through. The interrupt, that hit stun from the now primary, and again, this middle angle! Unfortunately for the UCF Rogs, they're just not covering that angle, and it is exploited time and time again.
Yeah, crazy shot by Raby, somehow getting it through both of the opponents. Diamond, I think, not expecting that angle to come out, was not in position to hit it out of the Juliet ult. And as I speak, this is 2 times in a row. It feels like within like 10 seconds, GMU has just ran with the point. And Spartan having to flip send downfield, not going to be able to get out of the corner. Both barriers are down from both sides of this 2-2. Right now, Raby's going to try to dribble it. The top corner, Goy, not able to get anything off of that flip. And a good glitch pop by Spartan will send it back downfield. Raby's almost on the flip. Gonna have a flip here if Raby gets the core here. I don't want to say it's GG, but it might just be.
It's close, but if the UCF Rogs can win this point, then it does give them a lot of breathing room, and that's going to be it. It was Estelle able to get the goal with the Rose Warp.
Yeah, I was going to comment on the fact that Goy has kind of been having a hard time against Wiggly Wobbly, being, I believe, Wiggly doubling his level, or their level as of this game's gone so far, but when it mattered, Goy's able to find a beautiful Rose Warp through Spartan to get them on the board and keep this game alive for the UCF Rock side. And that means Wiggly, or Tenki will be able to get, I assume was going to pick up Demolitionist, but will decide to go for prime time, hoping to just scale off of that, off the very few offense of plays that they get on their side. And a good size pickup by Rabies will mean that Juliet Dash Punch will do a lot more. And a good quick strikes pickup by Diamond as well means that I feel like this game could be winnable for the UCF Rog side now.
Yeah, I think it was also really nice of Tenki to hold up that draft so that Asher gets either the quick strikes or the size, unless Aimee wants to deny one, which is generally not ideal, and especially when that siege machine is up. But it is going to once again be the double barrier scored here by the UCF Rogs. Maybe we can just say it's copium and they actually play better with an open goal, so they're letting them for the mental buff. Just let your goal go down so that you can play in your most comfortable position. Tenki finds another barrier there, going up at the top here, almost able to find one, is able to with the Rose Warp, really nicely done, and a lot of respect given to that Monumental's proximity drone. I do love to see that. The dash punch mitigated as well entirely. Tenki aware of the black hole too, the dash punch up at the top, pendulum swing, and I mean, Tenki is alive again.
Yeah, the classic bait from Tenki there, nice play, making Spartan walk up a little bit and putting him in a very uncomfortable position. I definitely like how the UCF Rog seems to be scaling a little bit. I can already hear the comms on that side of Diamond just yelling at his teammates to just push up and give some space to that Asher to work, allowing Goy to kind of abuse Estelle a little bit better, which Estelle does best when that character is downfield, as we can see last point, able to get a solid barrier and almost a point. But just as I speak again, it feels like every time I speak, GMU just has a response and instantly takes both barriers. Keep it in the corner this time. Spartan having to invest that flip, going downfield, going to try to strike where Goy getting it back downfield, and barely missing. Tenki looking for the pass downfield. Goy going to keep it in the top corner bait. Not able to get to the hook, but and a good hit by Tenki. Keep it in their half. Will Wiggly be able to get a strike there? Not able to. Spartan stuck in the corner, no evade, and that will get Goy a free point.
Yeah, Wiggly uncharacteristically losing a couple of strike wars there, and they were crucial for UC Frogs to keep it on this far side of the map. And that enabled this Restel to really come alive, to use the pendulum swing and the piercing shot to threaten these goals, to go through the Aimee. And we see that the now a lot invested there was the now secondary and that Juliet ultimate. but they only get one barrier there, not the two. It's answered on the other side as well. Wiggly Wobbly dribbling along the bottom with the primary as well. Raby's trying to get it through. Barrier Beam is going to answer the punch, but unfortunately the cover from the top is not there, and Julie sends it through with a dash punch, and GMU is looking to close this one out. Of course, if they get 2 goals, this is it. They move on. It's going to be a lot more for UC Frog because there are already a game down. So they have to score 1 goal to win the set, get another set, and then get another game on top of that. But they're looking to do it.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to say good play by Rabies there as they get taken off the map their way, but I would like to see, I think GMU's game plan here needs to be looking for a little bit more damage base. They have all of these damage awakenings on their side, and they seem to be kind of trying to push through the Asher and play the stuff in game, which usually I would say wouldn't work, but a crazy snipe by Wiggly Wobbly will get it into the bottom corner, abusing the lack of that Asher speed again. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like GMU has to look for some more kills here if they want to stay ahead in this game. As Goy trying to send downfield, got flip on. Got to be careful of the dash punch though. Has to stay off the corner of the map. It will allow GMU to send it back downfield. A little play by Wraithby using the ultimate to try to get some time for Wiggly to walk. Again, gets 1 barrier, 2 flips on the side of UCF Rogs there, 2-2. Let's see what they can do.
Yeah, they're trying to. The Death Touch gets it very far forward very quickly. Pass Splitter keeps it forward as well. Piercing shot. Dash punch from the Julie is not going to connect the core flip. Rose Orb combo was kind of a nice idea, but Wiggly Wobbly was on top of things. Barry goes down despite a great layering there from Diamond's abilities. And this could be it. It could go in right now, but not quite just yet. Raby's holding on to the core flip, not investing it, because I think that could have been a kill flip potentially, but not willing to take the risk of it not being B. There we go. The kill flip onto the Estelle now buys a lot of space here. Not having that midfielder is crucial, but Tanky is fast enough, and he's actually opting to buy time, not pushing the corner here. Barrier Beam comes out as well. Tanky with the core flip, not going to be in position. That's going to be Raby sending it through with the punch, and that is going to be GMU winning the game and moving on in the tournament.
Yeah, good job to GMU. They look, I would say, pretty oppressive the majority of both of those 2 games. We saw some breaths of life from the side of UCF Rogs in the latter half of that At-Lab game, but they were unable to find a solution towards the end of that, and it looks like, like I said, Wiggly Wobbly scoring more goals than Raby. MVP of that set for me. 157 redirects compared to 84. It just was kind of uncontested in the midfield role a little bit, and it can definitely show by like how it allowed for Rabies and Spartan to kind of just shine, doing their own thing. 3 KOs on each of them, a pretty solid amount of damage. And yeah, I feel like the teamwork from GMU into that Asher is what allowed that to work. I saw a lot of very good layering. I was surprised for lack of KOs. They were layering really well with the Flying Phoenix, with the now primary set up in the corner, was allowing them to get barriers that usually wouldn't be able to against the character as oppressive against stuffs like Asher in the later half, which is what I think allowed them to take that last set. But yeah, overall, I think UCF Rogue's going to have a little bit of a hard time in the losers bracket. But I believe if they figure out how to deal with these teams keeping it on their side, they should be able to figure it out. But yeah, good job to GMU.
Yeah, good job to both teams. UC Frogs showing a lot of hope at the end there, showing that they do have what it takes to play. They just need to be able to do that consistently. And so looking forward to seeing their journey through the lower bracket, but also GMU in that winner's bracket with a deserved win there, the 2-0 in games, almost a sweep of that last game. So a dominant performance going forward. Interesting to see as we go on in the tournament, but that will be all for now. See y'all later. See ya.
Hello, and we are finally back. I am Brando V2, joined by Kirikin for the winners semifinals between Fairfield Stags and UCF Rods. I should have checked the pronunciation of that. But UCF Frauds. But Kirikin, how are you doing today? What are you kind of excited about going into this winter semis?
Of course, excited to see both these teams play. I mean, Drop Leto, carrying as always, and we're gonna see whether or not on this night market, not on this night market, I might be a liar, but to see whether or not if we can see another etched out win at least. I was watching earlier their games, and it was pretty beautiful to watch. I mean, in general, Sturgis and Drop Leto just connecting over and over. It was pretty nice, and as I do say that, we're playing at lab first, Tepa, then the night market. So I was at least right on the final map we were playing.
Yeah, but going to AtLab first with the Julie ban and the X ban coming out, does look like we are going to see an unstop start and stingers. And looking at this lineup on the side of Fairfield, I am expecting a lot of damage coming out with the Finnies and Taro and the Estelle. But with that unstop, if UCF decides to take that unstop, that could nullify that entire game plan there.
And I mean, P was with the Nell pick as well. I mean, it just kind of counteracts how much damage that I think Dropleto and Phoenix are going to be doing as the Finnies and Taro duo. And Sturgis not on the IME on the Estelle doesn't make the full Breakbreakers Cup, but still very interesting to watch. To see how they match up against this the offense from the Dow and the Kazan.
Yeah, and especially with that, again, that unstop start with that now, presumably in the midfield, I'd imagine. That could really help the Kazan there stay alive. Kazan kind of notorious for having a million abilities, but like no stagger at all. Being able to counteract that damage just leaves Kazan on the field a lot longer to apply that pressure once they do hit that level 2 and kind of start using their ult and access to all their abilities. UCF does have, I think, a viable way through this match, but going beyond the comps and the teams themselves, they are going to have to get through Dropletto and Strages being backed up with EDA Phoenix. So even though I think their comp is a good counter to any damage that might be coming out, this is not going to be, that's not going to make this game any easier for them, I believe.
And just the awakenings as well, Unstoppable and Stinger as well. I think that, well, probably for University, that they're going to be probably going triple Stinger and just for the damage, and probably on the other side as well, you see a lot of Stinger picks, especially since it's a very, very broken awakening, especially if you combine all of your abilities together and layer it perfectly, then it'll be really nice to see them at least try to take advantage of how much damage they'll be putting onto each other.
Yeah, but as we are getting into the game now, as they start locking in their picks, I could kind of see both teams could be going for the Stinger pickup. Like you said, a lot of damage could be getting put out. Or does one take the side of Unstop to try to counter that? With the Unstop rework, where that damage reduction does linger a bit longer, so able to kind of like nullify just full-on ability dumping. But it does look like mostly Stinger, with Pewis on the now, the only one taking Unstop. So I am expecting to see a lot of damage coming out in this game.
Yeah, especially with Atlas where being there as well, Pewis finding the first barrier on the bottom side, and the corners, they're going to be a very, very big portion of how Fairfield University tried to line up all their strike items, as well as Nats also takes another barrier away from EDA Phoenix. So far, you see Frogs are looking to take this point away very, very quickly, but now drop blood on the street just can help it. The bottom side corner looking very, very tough to crack as they try to look for the strike board, but so far Army and P was holding it down, but they do end up losing that second barrier, and the core is still on their side as well. And if Strategies can just get the timings right and on top and on part, they could be looking to take this point there, but the core ends up going back to Nats 18.
Yeah, and both teams really showing just how aggressive they can be on offense, where as soon as one team is able to get position, get the pressure going, both barriers going down from each team, from each offensive push, just kind of shows how aggressive these teams can be. But it is right there with that Zentaro ult catching the core does put the first point on the board for Fairfield here.
Beautiful beautiful catch by Strages, well, not by Strages, but Dropletto to catch with the Zentaro, and it does work out perfectly fine, as Strages and EDA Phoenix both have a barrier, well, not a barrier, but at least a flip coming on to help on the offense. But now Nats 18 can help it, trying to hunt him down and try to take away that flip, but the hook misses a little bit, and she just can walk back to just take that orb.
Yeah, but we do see Nat 18 finally getting that level 2 on that Kazan, full access to those abilities, but unfortunately they do lose their offensive pressure, and it is now Fairfield on the offense getting both barriers. But once again, just an unfortunate strike placement, and Stray just following up with the Estelle ultimate is able to get the core through to really put in the first set point for Fairfield.
Yeah, and I just realized Dropletto taking the Max was actually letting him kind of maneuver his way around the map, and Straight is also, I mean, I think the way that Fairfield has their offensive layout set up is really nice, especially if Dropletto can just walk back and then be able to help EDA Phoenix, as well as Straight being able to put on the offensive pressure almost immediately every time he gets to the core. So the fast offense that is approaching for Dropletto and Straight allows them to take these barriers really quickly and deal so much damage that is basically being done onto Nats here. Doesn't have an evade, and Dropletto just being able to throw his entire primary onto him means that they could be looking very, very unhealthy, but the flip coming out for Ivy is stunned by Dropletto as he catches it with the Zentaro passive and scores a set for them.
Yeah, and that was just great, like, match awareness from Dropletto, being able to catch a core with their ult, realizing that their Zentaro passive ability does come out and that they are able to confirm that score. But Strages in that midfield position does get rewarded for helping a lot with that offensive plays with the first draft pick and picking up that twin drive. Anything else that you think might be like a game changer that UC Frauds might be looking for here?
Ooh, I was about to say a Deadeye Finny, but Ida Phoenix taking the speed instead for Finny. I mean, it's not really a bad pick. I think the speed is very, very necessary for them to keep going. But I think I would have liked the Deadeye pick, especially if they've been hitting their cards and the amount of additive damage will be able to try to, well, at least we'll be able to maybe counteract some of Now Ceiling, especially since they're a very, very good healer in these situations. And there are many times where Nat18 and POs were both saved by the healing and allowed them to kind of keep playing their own game and defend, or at least keep up the pressure. So maybe that would have been a fine pick, but so far it seems like they are doing just fine without it. The one barrier piece for both teams, the core is stuck in limbo a little bit. It has to try to find its way towards POS and Nat18 as they try to revitalize the offense. But Jason Dropletto do have stuff to say about that though.
Yeah, and we have kind of mentioned some of the damage getting pumped onto Nat18, especially in the previous set, but Strategist has been taking quite a bit of damage as well. Does have to fall back with a stealth pick to pick up those those health orbs to be able to like continue anything. But now that pressure is switching to Dropletto and is going to be up to Nats 18. Maybe if he was to try to find a KO, but Imi on that Dubu is able to find the confirm, and a power play is now on the side of UC Frauds. And can they make something happen here?
Yeah, stalling up from Strategist lets the core go into limbo a little bit. The flip comes out as well, deflected by Imi as Dropletto does come back online. The now drone taking the barrier, and now the goal barrier is open with the offense of Fairfield Stags all in the offensive right now. The strikes going out over time, doing a lot of work here. The core being sent around the map a bunch of times as Dropletto Strategist look to try to get their, or at least make their mark here, as PWIS and Nat18 are struggling to defend here at least, but it is cleared out though, and Strategist off the map, and Nat18 with the adverse proc as well. Could mean that this is a very easy score for the Gazan.
Yeah, and that was a great combo with Nats18, but also P was sending in that now drone as confirmed, just denying EDA Phoenix. Like, even a top clear, there was virtually no way out of that position. So great teamwork from UCF, and now that they are like able to find this damage, able to confirm these kills, again, right there, just with that top spin, they might be finding their footing back into this game and finding their kind of win con here.
Damage to Dropletto there sends him off the map as Strategist does come back online, but Nat18 still with the proc as well. P was with the flip too, securing that second barrier, and you see Frauds not really feel like the Frauds in this match as Dropletto does come back online. Strategist again taking extremely low and almost off the map. There we go, off the map yet again as POS and Nat18 collapse onto this offense. Imi just there to stop the pressure from getting to him as PWIS and Nat18 look to try to take this, but the core comes back around with a big finish, and the stall from Dropletto lets her just come back online and even earn a barrier for their troubles.
Yeah, and the damage in these KO confirms and these power plays is going to be UCF's win con here, but their strike placements is just kind of inconsistent, as we do see the Imi Dubu getting blown off the stage with that Strategist Estelle primary, and now it's up to Dropletto and Strategist to find a confirm before that Dubu comes online. Unfortunately, the defense of PWIS and Nat18 is able to hold out just long enough for Dubu to come up.
And Dropletto with flip though with the passive as well, tries to go for the thing but doesn't exactly find the mark there. Dubu Tofu Fortress keeping it out the way as PWIS locks on. Flip coming out, but it's basically a confirm there. The primary sealing away Ida Phoenix's flip and sending them to another point there.
PWIS is just doing such a good job with these follow-ups on those now drones. Once they do finally get the barriers open, just EDA gets that flip basically at that pixel perfect spot before they are able to before they lose the point there. But PWIS with those now drones just is just so on point and just covering every angle.
Straight just picking up a barrier for themselves as NTT comes back online. And so far, I think that Drop Blood and Straight are doing a very fine job in the corner, but in fact, P.W.S. and Nats are just kind of outplaying them, winning every single strike war and taking that second barrier as well. Straight just pops the flip as well. Marcello tries to take the second barrier, though stopped out by the roll. And P.W.S. and Imian looking to be in complete control of this game, especially after Stray just falls and Drop Blood is soon to fall after. Extremely low there as he has to play life, and P.W.S. and NTT can just pass the core around and secure another goal for them. That goes to them.
Yeah, and UCF, like going into this, especially with that now midfielder and Kazan kind of struggling with the low base stagger, UCF really pumping out the damage and really able to find these KO confirms. But I do agree with kind of what you were saying, where Fairfield seems like they have like the better positioning and the better kind of like team plays, but as soon as someone gets staggered, as soon as Nats 18 or P-Wiz or even Imian, the Dubu has been able to find a couple KO confirms, it just disrupts that synergy and just allows UCF so much pressure. But we do see that Zendaro picking up that ever elusive dash training EE, so maybe Dropletto can start pumping out some of that damage, or maybe they just start using that mobility to really help more on these offensive plays that they've been really solid in up until their synergy gets disrupted.
Yeah, everything being thrown into kitchen sink there. One ability being used to take the barrier on the top side as Dropletto just look to revitalize their momentum. And to be fair, Daimi's just being able to hold it down completely against Dropletto is so nice, especially since he's been taking these 1v1 opportunities and just has to try to get into position in time, but Dropletto trying to carry the offense. Here's the second barrier as Vita Phoenix and just keep it away from Nats 18. The core coming all the way around to the other side as they still have core control as well. They have a lot of stuff here. Could potentially have flip if they get a little couple strikes, but Nats 18 trying to carry the offense, trying to make sure that doesn't happen. But overtime almost coming in. Now everything being thrown, the blink, the dash, and the strike into the play as Search secures a point for Fairfield.
Yeah, and I think Dropletto picking up that dash training is really... It doesn't seem... They're not pumping out like as much damage yet, but I think just that increased mobility just allows them to transition and fall back more and help defensively. But with that increased mobility means they can just transfer from defense to offensive so quick. And Imi doing a phenomenal job being able to deny a lot of these offensive plays. But when Dropletto can cover that kind of distance that quick, it's going to put him in a tight position until P-Wiz or Nats can come back and help. And I think that is going to be a huge factor going forward into this match, is kind of how quickly Strages and Dropletto can transition here.
Both flips being burned for Nats and Dropletto, securing one barrier. Another barrier on the other side as well, where Mr. Guy, the third flip being used from P-Wiz, the energy economy, not looking too good as Edith Phoenix still revives the flip as well. It has to flip, will send it to Dropletto to the middle. And Straighters and Dropletto just have to connect once more, but the core is being a little bit too elusive. 19 P-Wiz almost having control, everything being thrown. The Imi, the Dubu at least, getting their roll out and stopping Dropletto from converting onto this offense as the strikes being taken into effect. Overtime just to work in their favor at least. I think that the core control from Straighters and Dropletto have been fine, but they just need that one connecting moment. Dropletto trying to secure the outclay, doesn't find it though. Imi is just completely clearing the corner almost all the time. And Straighters and Dropletto just have to have this one connecting moment, as they do almost have it with the save, and then the log stopping them from moving. Straighters just finds another point.
Yeah, and Imi has just been doing such a good job defensively that Dropletto and Straighters can get these barriers seemingly pretty quick, but Imi has just been so efficient with a lot of these Dubu abilities. The amount of Zentaro primaries, Estelle primaries that they've won interactions with just by using Dubu roll just to get the stun off has denied a lot of scoring attempts from the side of Fairfield, but that eventually, given enough time and once Strages and Dropletto can get placed, they can find a way around this Dubu, which is kind of their win con, honestly, is to get through here, is Zentaro does not have a lot of stuffing potential against a Dubu with abilities up. So they really do need to like get these positions and find these ways around the Dubu.
Yeah, Draboto with flip. He's looking to use it to take the second barrier or even just straight up stuff it in with how much they've been doing so far. Flip does come out almost at the top side, but Aimee does take it away, and the primary, the passive, everything just not really falling into play here as Edith something try to take this away from them. Uses the flip. It has the boys angle as well. That's Robledo just can't seem to get his abilities to to latch onto the course. He just tries to take the outclaw. He doesn't find it though, but the strikes from Nats 18 too strong as they send it right through to Phoenix and take a point for UCF Rods.
Yeah, and like I was mentioning earlier, Dropleto does have that mobility to get up into Dubu's face really quick, but the lack of like stuffing potential from Zentaro into really any of Dubu's abilities, it just means Dropleto is really just needs to keep that pressure held on that side of the field for Strages to come back and help. And we see that like we saw that early on in the set, but now as we get later, UCF is adapting kind of their playstyle. Nats is coming back to help defensively a little bit, cutting those passes, using that crooked leverage to catch the core, pulled away.
Whoa.
As we see a very, very risky Dubu ult there that fortunately does work out for Aimee. But yeah, we see both teams really making a lot of adapted changes, and Dropleto does get that Zentaro passive to finally end this set and put Fairfield up 2-1.
I mean, oh my god. W Dropleto tag right there, scoring that and keeping Aimee completely out of touch there. As Straight's MVP the set will pick up the missile prop, will help a lot in securing this offense. I've been seeing them use the Estelle to try to cover a lot of space, but there just wasn't enough range, and I think with this, I don't know, it would add a lot to their offense. And even with the Finny Monumentals as well, doing so much damage and also just being able to put the core in a specific spot and just let the Monumentalist do its job.
Yeah, off that drop, we do see Nat 18 picking up the Spark of Strength. I'm not sure because they don't have any other sparks. I would have rather seen it. I'd rather have seen it fall through to Aimee, who does have that Spark of Agility. But maybe they're just looking for a little bit more power, because unlike the first two sets, that we aren't seeing a lot of damage or a lot of KOs coming out, which is really what was putting UCF up in that second set. But with the changes and just with the scaling that Fairfield has seen, just not a lot of damage and KOs are coming out anymore.
And the core ever elusive grasping over the Phoebus as the Monumentalist does its work again, sending it right to Dropleto, and see him being able to just put it into the net there. Great play from you to Phoenix to connect with Dropleto as they are one step closer to securing this first win for them.
Yeah, and I think with that dash range we saw on Zentaro last set, and Strages, like you were alluding to before, picking up that missile prop, getting a lot more coverage on their projectiles, being able to cover a lot more of the field, I think we might see Fairfield starting to really scale up. But Nats 18, a wonderful play to take that final barrier, though.
Yeah, the flip coming from Ida just a little bit too hasty, and that allowed Nats 18 to just pop the secondary that they were already going for, and allows them to win that strike. We're taking that second barrier as well, but now they're the ones on a little bit on the back foot here. I mean, having to push up, even denied by Nats through the flip, not going in their favor, but it doesn't matter. Nats about to have flip as well. Pos can just get the core of them. Does have flip now after hitting Dropleto. Dropleto has to walk back for the orb, though. Will do a lot of damage trying to take him off the map, though. Almost gets saved, but the core comes into place, saves Nats 18 and lets him use the flip to get out of that situation. Even lets Pos be able to ult onto Nats and save their health as Dropleto the one now being evaded, but he evades the burst, and Pos just used the burst for nothing. There's Dropleto being completely staggered and being thrown off the map, almost thrown off the map. They're hunting for the kill, but it doesn't matter. Stray just scoring it. I mean, top 3 IGL. Oh my goodness.
I mean, UCF just spending so many resources trying to get a KO on the Dropleto, but Dropleto just being able to position themselves and knowing how to evade these skills and like what to prioritize evading, just able to stay alive to the point that UCF just did not have anything else to deny Strategist being able to secure that goal there, just burning so many resources.
Yeah, and taking that second barrier is crucial for them as well. Dropletto leading the charge, getting Ivy to throw all their abilities down to defend it as Strategist look to try to capitalize. Will blink forward. Will use the O2 as they're coming up on flip. The orb giving them grace a little bit, letting Dropletto be able to short that. It doesn't even matter. I'm trying to predict it, but the score just comes in and Dropletto even steals the goal. I don't think that was intentional, but it's okay. All good.
I mean, just kind of unfortunate. Imi was doing like such a good job doing such a being a solo wall for most of that game, and just one unfortunate misplay trying to make that prediction as a pass to Dropletto just throws him out of the position, and Stray just does take the shot. It was going in one way or the other. Dropletto just happened to take that last point there, but just a lot of core control on the side of Fairfield there, and UCF had phenomenal damage, especially in that mid game. And towards the end there, we did see them putting more damage out, actually getting Dropletto staggered, but they just couldn't find like any way to convert it and get a power play. I believe after that second set, I don't think UCF was able to confirm any more KOs, and so they were just kind of on their back foot a lot. They were able to make a lot of offensive plays, but just unfortunately was not able to confirm whether it be a KO or the goal.
Yeah, Atlas's lab being UC Frauds' first map pick, and now we're on the Taiko Temple. It's gonna be a very fun series, especially since Fairfield picked it, and looking at the Taiko Temple, I'm going to be very interested to see what Dropletto picks here. I mean, he has a lot under his belt. I mean, we can even be seeing the X coming into play. It's just a really nice map for him in general, especially since their entire offense just literally revolves around hit corner, hit corner, hit corner, and if the corner doesn't work, just hit the corner more. What can I say?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to Taiko Temple, especially lately in the current meta, I've seen just about every character be a brawler on Taiko. We've seen Dubu brawler like coming forward, especially on something like Taiko. I've also seen like double brawlers like a like Asher X, Asher Dubu X, any of those that can just keep it in the corner, because like you said, Taiko Temple for the barriers anyways is just put in the corner, win your interactions, and just win the game. So it is going to be interesting to see what kind of team comps we come up with going offensive, but also how each team finds an answer to a lot of that corner offense.
UCF banning out the X and Fairfield University banning out the Kazan as well. First pick, we'll go to the Dubu though. Unfortunately, I don't think we'll be seeing a Dubu brawler. I may cry, but it's okay. Ivy has been doing really good so far with the Dubu, being able to hold it down whenever they needed to, and especially with this primetime demolitionist star, we can even see maybe Pauldron's demolitionist and being able to just hold it down forever. But on the other side though, the Imi and the Asher would be very, very scary to play up against. Asher just being a very, very big staple of this map, and Imi only there to just help and secure that corner for free.
I mean, yeah, Asher Imi is, in my opinion, like just a phenomenal midfield brawler setup. Asher loves keeping it in those pockets. Just she has the size, she has the barrier beam, the dash, the pass splitter. Just keep it there and just keep the core pushing forward towards those barriers. And with that Imi turret and just the area of influence that Imi has with the blink, the glitch pop, just makes it really, really risky to try to clear a round in Asher if that Imi has any abilities up. So that is going to be a very impressive offensive duo, I believe.
And with the Juliet and the Kai pick locked in, I mean, just staples of. Well, I mean, it's sort of the counter at least. You have speed on the Kai to try to take it away. You need a Phoenix on the Juno to mitigate the amount of pressure there. I mean, Juno's just being able to win a lot of the strike wars no matter what. And of course, we know a very specific player that loves playing Juno goalie. Ahem, 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 cough, cough, cough.
I mean, Juno goalie, very strong. Once you learn the how to use those strike with friends passive to let you manual those slime shots, can really throw turn just about every slime interaction into a 50-50 if you're going to manual or not. But I'm actually interested in these Kai midfield coming out of the side of UCF with that primetime pickup. Barrage just really notorious on being able to push that core through, and going into something like a Juno goalie, or even if this happens to be like an IME goalie, either or. I believe that Kai Barrage is just gonna allow UCF to keep that pressure going forward and allow help this Julie set up any of those kick confirms to get a barrier, get a score, or even Kai just be able to hold the core while Julie hunts for a kill on the edge.
Very, very. Well, that's a very. Those are both insanely great game plans, and I think that's what they're going to try to do. Before Nats 18 got a lot of kills on Kazan just with open secondary, I think. Well, not open secondary. Using the open primary, and then maybe even following it up with if they're staggered, they ask P.Wis to throw an ability onto the staggered player, and then they just use whatever ability they have to try to get him off the map. And if P.Wis and Nazi team works together like that, it's going to be a very, very troubling, maybe a little bit of a troubling game for Fairfield University. And they'll just test whether or not they'll be able to hold their position correctly. But as we saw that last game, they're really good at holding positions. And with this Asher Army on this closed map, it will be even more of a challenge to try to get them off it.
Yeah, and kind of like what we were seeing in the previous match, where both teams had really solid offensive plays. Going into Taiko with these comps, I think that whichever team can get the offensive going first is, I mean, obviously going to be having an advantage, but I think in this game more so than not, just going to be able to, there's just such holding power on both sides of the team that once you get an offensive play going, it's going to be a nightmare for, I think, either defense to get that core out of their goal box.
Perfect glitch spot from Stranger secures that first barrier. As there is, I mean, has to walk down to secure the second barrier as well. The ult working in their favor. I mean, Dubu ult completely standing strong there as they do get ult there as well. And Stranger's having the ult too. And Dropletto not really exactly having ult just yet, but with a few strikes and a few hits, it definitely can be the case. But Stranger's keeping it away from everyone. Dropletto are earning the flip from that as the core is endlessly shoved into the corner, and somehow it still doesn't have to go in. But Eda Phoenix, I mean, you just said it was a big play. If it's a 50-50 if it goes in through manually or automatically, but Eda Phoenix with the manual mix-up, sending it right in.
Yeah, and kind of looking at the Awakenings here, Drop Lead on the Asher, Nats on the Julie are the only ones picking up that Demolitionist, taking that size advantage. Dubu with the Pauldrons does opt for Primetime, which came in very clutch a few times with some of those defensive plays, just being able to have two of those logs to roll out. But that is going to kind of put them at maybe a little bit of a striker disadvantage if Dropletto can get another size awakening and kind of really like even out the playing field when it comes to those strike wars.
Playing field, and even Nats 18 looking a little bit worse for Aware as they have to look to capitalize or something, but everything being thrown at them, not being able to evade in time for Dropletto secondary to come out means a power play for the Fairfield Stacks. The Strangers even dashes in, looks for anything to try to secure it as Dropletto. I mean, aura farming right there. the strike away from the flip too, just to secure that point.
Yeah, and this is just kind of the different play styles of the two goalies here. I mean, on this Dubu, they know how to play Dubu. They are a solid wall to get through. But the issue being is EDA on that Phoenix is just able to deny Nats from really ever touching the core. Just most people almost on level 3 here, where Nats is just kind of like struggling here at level 2, because even when Aimee can clear the core out, P.Wis is over here helping on the defense. Nats is just kind of trying to get to the core when EDA has all these slimes, the jumps, the projectiles to just deny Nats 18 from ever touching the core and preventing them from any offensive play. And UCF, as we see right here, just able to get so much offensive pressure.
With the kill onto Pewis, and Dubu did the strike from Dropletto, just sliding it right through the Dubu ult as well. Save this character as Dropletto secures another point and the set as well, and the MVP. He has a lot to choose from, both up on the board as well as the ad rush. There's a lot to choose from, especially if they have been getting KOs and they want to just scale more.
Yeah, and I think that bulk up pick makes perfect sense. Unfortunately, no size to kind of help with those strike wars, but honestly, Asher has been doing just fine winning these strike wars with this powerhouse Dubu. It's basically just two walls going in front of each other, but we do see a spark pickup, which two more sparks left in the game. If Imi can hold off long enough to get those up, get the spark of agility and spark of leadership, that could change the state of the game, but they're going to have to make something happen before they even get to those drafts at this point, because there's just so much offensive pressure on the side of UCF right now.
Yeah, Dubu holding up against Dropletto. The Dubu is a lot more charming than the Asher if you completely think about it, as Dropletto and Strages look to put the corner to work. There's a double barrier is found. Great sequencing from Dropletto and great sequencing from Strages as well. Straight up Strages with the dash as well, being able to just secure it right there, as well as Dropletto just tries to do damage and keep the out clear away from Pewis as they secure another point there. And even Strages has flip too, which will probably be used to just give Dropletto the core for fun.
Yeah, and a flip in the corner into that Dubu Tofu unfortunately does create that unfortunate situation. They already able to save the barrier with Nats 18 able to find a KO, and this might be the opportunity that UCF needs, the offensive push that they've been trying to find this entire game, and they do make it happen. Pewis with that barrage cuts the down pass, EDA forced him to go up, and Nats 18 is just ready to kick in and get a point up on the board.
And beautiful sequencing from Pewis and Nats 18. Pewis covering the out clear. Nats 18 just needs to simply dash to push it in, and that's what they do. They know how to get it done extremely quickly, but maybe not in the life department. Nats 18 being almost taken out, has to evade here. Can't really help much on the defense, but Imi does hold it down with the Dubu, with the Tofu Fortress, and Dropletto having to even bird flip to get out of Nats' range as he picks up the orb and will live.
Yeah, Nats 18 doing a good job staying alive, but now Pewis is starting to get a little low, but they are able to keep the offensive pressure going long enough that they are able to avoid the damage, but now just kind of walking in a minefield of slimes, just trying to stay alive, waiting for the next set of orbs to come up.
The orbs coming up would be nice for them, but Dropletto is not letting that happen. If he scores there, it would be nice for them. But Nats 18's also looking extremely low as well. Has to burn the evade as well, as they're looking extremely low, even after dumping a lot of abilities there. They do get the orb though. They are a little bit away from the energy flip, but Ida Phoenix keeping the core away. Strangers with the flip as well. Almost tries to mix him up, but doesn't get it there, and will take his own barrier. And suddenly, UCF Rods look to maybe if they can hold up the defense here, they can look to take another point there with Pewis with flip and Nats 18 just being in the position, but Dropletto with the flip and finds the angle away from Imi, and that scores another point for Fairfield Stags.
It was looking so good for UCF, but Dropletto able to just find that KO and just completely turn the tables and all the pressure, and just a single ability, and then just flip just to find that bottom angle that Imi just could not reach to. It's just Fairfield just getting so many opportunities on the offense that it is a struggle for UCF to really get any kind of pressure going. Once they do, just EDA just has such a good tool set to get the core out, but now this is UCF's opportunity to find some offensive going and just not able to get it done.
And the core traveling all across the map, and Nats 18 securing a second barrier as well, but then Fairfield is just completely on top of the core at all times. He has to cover everything as well. The kill being found on Dropletto as he secures the second set is there. What a great KO and great awareness from him that Ivy wasn't able to get out of the corner. It was beautiful from him as he secures another set. And we'll maybe even pick up the Mighty Colossus here. He has the damage. But instead, we'll go for a Spark Illusion to deny it. I think that's just fine. It's okay. Actually, well, I'm a liar. Wait a minute. I'm not even looking at the right person. But he does take the Mighty Colossus. My bad.
No, but this could be huge for Imi on that Dubu, picking up that Spark of Leadership. That is going to help with the cooldowns. But with Drop Leto already finding these KOs, already so much damage getting pumped out from Fairfield, just that Size Asher getting a bit more damage is going to be... I do believe Strategist is going to be feeling... Not Strategist. Pewis is going to be feeling a lot of that damage coming out in the midfield, going into this possible set point. Sorry, not set point. Match set.
And taking that one barrier as well. A lot of damage being thrown back into Nats 18. Will get the KO as Strategist and Ida Phoenix hold on the defense and look to try to get Dropleto the core here. Dropleto being able to force the corner in perfectly. And Ida Phoenix even taking the missile prop working almost perfectly for how they're playing offense right now. Just being able to help at a very far edge without having to risk their life, as POS has to evade here and it's taking so much damage. It just doesn't feel like they're able to help on the players. They're looking else to try to get the core out, and the insta-flip from Dropleto. The sword angle going wide is still in play. They should just wait. Flip has to just give it to Dropleto. But every member of UCF Frauds on the defense here, and somehow it doesn't go in.
I mean, UCF having such a strong defense here, but it's only a matter of time before the abilities get dumped and the damage comes out, and it is now a power play, and Pewis doing everything they can to try to keep it on the other side of the field, but unfortunately it does get back, and Strategist and Dropleto are able to set up, and it is a passing play between the entirety of Fairfield that does get the point and does get the job done.
Great awareness from Strategist to realize that he can't take the outside and instead can find the thread the needle play for the inside, as Fairfield Stags are so close to taking it away and earning themselves, I think, in the final. They just have to play 2 more rounds of perfect offense, and they have been doing that completely fine, and they're kind of just chilling there, making sure that the core can't come around, and just rotates to the top side perfectly, and has a dash as well, and allows them to take another go there, and even almost finding the KO onto Nats, though. He's still extremely low, and that Glitchpop does the job, though. Will have to force Nats backwards as they can just be relatively relax on the defense for the most part. Ida Fix is holding it down without really any pressure to carry it onto the Dropleto. Strategist look to try to get something done, but instead it's Nats actually who finds the KO onto Strategist, and this could be a really good turning point. Ida Phoenix using the flip there as Pewis and Ivy look to try to find this bottom barrier pressure. And so far, Ida Phoenix is holding it down. The Strategist does come back online and stuns out Nats in time.
Yeah, and Pewis finally using that energy burst to get that barrier, and it is finally open goal for UCF to try to get something done. And Nats, with a beautiful dribble, gets it right behind the slime, is able to kick it in. And they do get a point up on board, and UCF is still in this game. But what we're kind of seeing here is like the goalie gambit when you go into Taiko. Imi on this Dubu is really good at playing that kind of solo wall, really denying those pocket attempts. But EDA, with his ranged goalie, is just allowing their team to have so many opportunities to keep the core on that side that eventually, even with this primetime pickup, Imi is going to run out of abilities, and Dropleto is going to pop off and get the power play going twofold.
A total explosion for Dropleto there. The awareness working perfect in the favor, but all 3 members of Fairfield Stags are up and coming now, but thankfully the UCF Frauds do come back online, and they have to look for some sort of attempt. The back pass is going wrong just a little bit, but it's okay now. They're in the corner. All 3 members of Fairfield Stags looking to try to keep this momentum and hopefully score here, as everything being thrown in the kitchen. Seeing Ida Phoenix relaying off of the glitch pop to secure another point, and Fairfield Stags are 1 point away.
And EDA Phoenix is just doing such a good job with these slime placements. I've already mentioned like denying Nats from really able to keeping control of the core, but also offensively just helping their team win strike wars or forcing the enemy team to waste their strike, allowing Strategist or Dropleto to win the interaction, keep the core over there further, and just so many opportunities offensively for Fairfield here. But now is UCF trying to get that offensive opportunity, but that entirety of Fairfield is able to help defensively and get it out of the way.
Yeah, triple with double burst from Droploto. Even the burst from Eda Phoenix looking to secure and take out this final point before it gets into overtime. Overtime would be very, very scary, especially with the core just going around all sorts of places as Droploto finds another KO. The 8 KO streak coming in clutch now as Ivy and Pumas look to try to defend in a 2v3 situation. Barrage being used, flip on the cards though. We'll use it to bottom barrier and it's fine. They do save it now as Nats comes back online, but it's still a very scary situation as well. She just has complete control. And the cyber swipe secures it as Fairfield Stags win this and advance to the finals.
Just such a strong team comp out of Fairfield. Just so much control with the Asher. The abilities are just so good for pushing that core forward. And going into this match, we already talked about the duo of Asher, Aimi, just being able to keep the core on the enemy side of the field seemingly indefinitely, but EDF Phoenix in that goal box being able to just clear it out around Nats 18, just denying the enemy brawler any kind of possession, but also just so methodical with when to use their abilities to help out on the offense. Just gave so much pressure for the side of Fairfield that UCF, Aimi on that Dubu was such a wall, had such good, amazing plays, but over time, the ability economy, the cooldown economy just isn't there to hold off indefinitely. And eventually through KOs, through the sheer force of will, through the ability usage, Fairfield is able to push it through just about anyone and secure this series.
A beautiful teamwork from all three members of Fairfield to secure that final spot, and good luck to them. They're definitely gonna need it as they will be facing esports at OSU in the finals. But we'll be right back though. We're gonna be coming up with better games for you, so stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, we are back at the losers round 2 finals between Auburn and Fuel Esports. And it looks like the first map we are going to be going to is Demon Days. So I imagine a lot of damage being pumped out. And I'm kind of interested in see what kind of comps we're going to be going into on this map. But what are you looking forward to between these two teams here, Kirikin?
Yeah. Oh, well, Demon Days, a map that we normally almost never see. It's very, very. It's not really a really big pick, and then of course, right, I think we're going to Tycho the Nat Lab after. So yeah, you guys are boring, but like, yo, Demon Days, W map. I love watching gameplay where all I do is hit the core, and not even hit the core, hit the guys, hit everyone over and over until they all die. Very, very nice.
I mean, the gameplay with Demon is just hit everything. If it's in front of you, just hit it. And it looks like the starting awakenings with a big fish prime time. I imagine a lot of hitting is going to be coming up between all these players.
Yeah, especially, and even I mean, just looking at in general the Swiss at least. I mean, I'm just looking at this for the first time because I haven't really been paying attention to too much, but in general, this is first seed versus 12th seed, so like pretty scary, and the draft as well. Auburn going for the X, Vice, and Rasmus, so they're going to be dumping a lot of damage very, very quickly. While Auburn banning out, I think Fuels Ricard. So we'll see how that goes. I think they're playing Dubu. They're playing Dubu midfield, so it's gonna be a very, very fun game to watch.
Yeah, I mean, just with how like congested Demon Days can feel with such large barriers, and then once you kind of get into that corner and start getting behind there, that Dubu size can be invaluable. But this Atlas Dubu Kazan comp is going to be, I think, very interesting. They're going to have a lot of offensive pressure, but if their barrier goes down and the field opens up, I think they might be hurting on the side of mobility. Kazan does have those dashes, but that's about it. Dubu and Atlas kind of notoriously slow, so it'll be interesting to see if they can keep that offensive pressure going throughout the entire match here.
And with the draft start as well, Big Fish and Prime Time, it doesn't exactly help anyone that you're going to be very, very slow if you're running Dubu and Atlas. But hey, I think that makes up the Big Fish should have makes up for it in general if you're getting in the fight and doing as much as you possibly can to win all those strike wars. And looks to me, everything looks to be fine. Down up taking the prime time and the strike shot as well. Going to be a very, very nice hold. As for now, Auburn winning the first kickoff at least and getting pressure extremely quickly earning that first barrier.
Yeah, and kind of going what I was talking about, the mobility, both up and down and Mr. 100 taking the mag souls, which you can proc pretty consistently on Demon Days, just again with how congested it feels. But on the side of Auburn, slick kicks on the X and then Vice with the pummelers does look like they are looking to really scale into the damage, and that is going to be kind of their win con that they're going to be playing into, which, I mean, it is Demon Days. That is a pretty solid win con going into this first match here.
And Wish popping the O, getting done up on the process. Yalla's the one actually going to die, and with their, well, not the evade, but the special gone, it means that they're going to be in a little bit of a limbo predicament at least, as up and down, getting extremely put down really low, and anything can really bump him off the map. The flip coming into play will be deflected by the up, and also 100 using the Dubu ult as well as up and down. Still extremely low though. One tickle and it could put him to rest here, but he does get the orb and will live, and also will be defending the barrier in place of Down Up, who's trying to put damage onto KBS, and a lot of damage being put. Now he moves the second barrier as well. The core not really being able to fly out of there just in time as Wish pops the supernova, and as well having the flip as Tiger Slasher sends it right in, the goalie doing all the work.
Yeah, and Tiger Slasher picking up the Pauldrons and Big Fish, basically getting double size right in this first set here, is just, I think, going to be just a strong counter to this Dubu, who with that Maxwell's, yeah, kind of gets the speed out of it, but Tiger kind of be able to match that Dubu size for size and win a lot of these strike wars, especially like off kickoff, until up and down can come back and really help any kind of offensive push. But KBS is not going to let Kazan have any freedom.
Up and down also being really low as well, and also the Dubu being low as well. They both have to back up and don't even get the orb there, so up and down 100 are going to be both extremely low on stagger, and that means that they don't really have an offense to really do anything as Wish pops Supernova. The flip coming out as well, but they lose a barrier though. But now it's a power play for Auburn as they try to look to convert here. KBS with the simple strike, beating out Up and Down into the bottom corner.
Yeah, and Tiger Slash are kind of making the decision that the barrier. I think they tried to flip to both save the barrier and get the KO, but getting that KO does give Wish that pummeler speed, which does allow them to cover more of the field. And what with the barrier on the side of Fuel Esports already down, just allowed Wish to actually play more of a midfield and really have that coverage during that scoring interaction.
X being the one killed as well is not good news for Auburn as they have to play in this 2v3 here. Up and down and up with the flip, and up and down with the checkmate for Tiger Slasher, and they put a point on the board, but they still have 2 more to go. And the kill potential for them is really strong, but can they KO enough to get another 2 points on the board for themselves? Tiger Slasher almost always looking up and down to pull in some extra damage, and Up and Down just has to evade almost everything, and he doesn't have evade for another while. If they just dump damage onto him, it could be very scary for Utosa. Not Utosa, but for Fuel. Whoops. Wrong
Yeah,
game.
and Up and Down, this X is already dealing out so much damage with some help from that Vice and the Rasmus, and just so much stagger getting taken away that Auburn is just able to get the double KO, and a single Atlas is not going to be able to cover the entirety of an open barrier.
Even with Monumental is up for grabs, I think the Erasmus might just take more either just might go peak performance or even Quickshot to try to leverage the fact that they have so much leverage against this Kazan. As they do go find it, the Yala is actually taking bulk up away from the X, but the X just has so much to take. Just can grab 1-2 in the Vice. We'll take the Supercharge as well, completely denying out Dubu and not really leaving them much of a choice. Yeah, the Monumental is house, but if they can't set up correctly, then that is kind of just a little bit of waste. I mean, a little bit more damage can hurt on the Tofu Fortress and the Log, but it all comes down to whether or not you get to do any damage, and having to burn the first evade is very crucial here if they want to keep them in check.
Yeah, and I think that Down's pick of the bulk up was a deny on KBS scaling damage with that bulk up pick, but they get the 1-2 anyways. And that's, I think, going to be like a big factor that Fuel Esports is going to have to overcome. Is scale, or X is kind of notorious for scaling, and so if they're already down a set, so that just gives X more times to scale into that damage, and KBS is already dishing out so much damage and so much so many KO threats that the longer this goes, I think is just going to keep favoring Auburn.
Yeah, with the Visal as well, making 100 evade once more and keeping them out of the play. Their dribble going a little bit awry, but it's fine. The core is still on the side of Fuel as they're trying to look to convert here with everyone not really being in the right spot, but so far down and pointing down the offense. Will use the flip here to try to get it away from KBS as Tiger Slasher still has to defend everyone on the top side now. The Dubu ult being used to try to force KBS out of position, but it isn't found just yet. KBS has the flip to work with. We use the bell rigger, and somehow with the 1-2 shoves it right into Downup's face, and he just can't react.
Yeah, and the energy economy is so good for Auburn right now. KBS kind of creating that flip a little bit. I feel like they had a scoring opportunity a bit sooner, but that teamwork in the passing plays and some of those clears out of Tiger allowed KBS to just have more opportunities and save that flip. And 3 flips were on the side of Auburn as Wish does use theirs. Does dish out a little bit of damage, but not able to find the barrier or the KO. But even though, things still looking pretty good on the side of Auburn.
Beautiful red core movement from Tiger Slasher, redirecting the core all the way and letting KBS stack up all that damage. There's so much damage being dished out. Every member of Fuel is under 50% HP, and it's not really helping that they lose the second barrier as well. This put could really easily go out of control, and it just shows that X scaling is so monumentally bad that Wish and KBS don't really have to really do anything other than just throw abilities out and down and up, being so vulnerable, and 100 also being so vulnerable too just makes it so much worse. For them trying to kickstart an offensive Wish just opens up so many opportunities. The Atlas ult does save them, puts them back into range, but what can they really do? They still have to get through 2 barriers, and Tiger Slasher's just holding it down completely fine.
Yeah, and a lot of Stagger is able to get restored, but again, up and down just on that Kazan just has her Stagger shredded and immediately in a Stagger state. And this just kind of shows Auburn is kind of committed to the theory that it's not just core control. You stagger the enemy team enough, you can just control the enemy team themselves.
Yeah, but with enough time, up and down finds both barriers, and 100 also walking up at the 2v midfield as well. Tiger Slasher is in a little bit of a predicament here, has to evade here, but it's not enough to save. Up and down with the cricket leverage into the strike into the top corner.
Yeah, I mean, Auburn is able to dish out a lot of this damage, but it seems like Fuel Esports has picked up on that, and they're just struggling to find these KO confirms, which without being able to confirm a KO, they are kind of, oddly enough, lacking on the mobility side, because Wish does not get any speed, so they're kind of key tool there to like cover more of the map is that secondary teleport. But even just dropping it and threatening with those Vice impacts with that secondary does open up the goal box for Tiger to slip it right past the entirety of Fuel Esports right there.
And Tiger Slasher being a big player, just being able to control the core extremely well on the Rasmus goalie, leaving a lot of the Fuel members to try to look to find opening positions, but Tiger Slasher is almost always on top of the core, and whenever they need, whenever Auburn needs him, he will always be there to help. And KBS and Wish collapsing on the bottom side. One barrier found, another kill to be found as well, as 100 exploded off the map and up and down in a really bad situation as well. 3v2 power play now, and it's not enough. Wish with the primary, the Che Lightning sending it right through, secure another set for Auburn.
Yeah, and this duo comp of Axe and Vice, just once they found that KO'd and Kazan was already staggered there, there's not much Kazan can do to help down and up defensively without just threatening to give up another KO. And with Tiger Slasher being just so good in the goal box and finding these clears, it's really difficult for Fuel Esports to get any kind of offensive plays going anymore, it seems like.
The Atlas denying away specialized training when they had a lot of stuff up. I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad deny, but this draft is just truly how bad the Vice and the X have scaled in terms of damage that you can't really do much other than just deny, and it's going to become extremely hard for them to really come back either way. Wish with the hotshot just means that they'll be having more cooldowns ready to go, and it's not good if you want to stay away from the damage. There's up and down dribbles away from the play, but one barrier still ends up falling for Auburn, and Auburn is completely in control of this game. KBS doing so much work, putting in every single strike, making sure up and down has no room to breathe, as he's almost knocked off the map. The Atlas Rest comes into effect here, giving Auburn just a tiny bit of breathing motion, but Wish now the one a little bit low that will be found, and that's one barrier down in this nice power play setup for Fuel Esports.
Yeah, but even with the power play going against him, KBS is able to help Tiger kind of clear the core out and really just stall for time as Wish is coming back online. And Mr. 100 is now has a target on their backs, and KBS senses it, but so does up and down, just both forwards on the side of Fuel Esports, just getting put on their back foot so much with how much damage is getting pumped out, which that's the win con here. That is Auburn's win con, especially on a map like Demon Deus, where they can just dump abilities on multiple people, but a little bit of a miscommunication defensively there does put Fuel Esports up in this set.
Fuel Esports seems to be winning a lot of the more lengthy battles, but the time in the present is now for KBS as he looks to go on a rampage here, getting stunned out. And the up and down just got almost completely slaughtered there. They do lose one barrier though, but up and down still completely getting destroyed for the most part. So much damage being pumped that he could be killed any second now. Will be found, and 2v3 power play. No one on the side
of Fuel Esports has an evaded. Now they're going to be on fire. Another KO coming out. And now they're looking for the Yasu. They want to try to take it away, but they won't. Alpha 100 being knocked around. And KBS being able to be in the goal box to secure another goal.
And that is how you control the enemy team. Just all that damage. Double KO. Wish dropping that Vice secondary in the perfect spot that Mr. 100 either stands there and tanks it, which they chose to do, and get blasted away, just leaving a wide open field for Auburn to score in. And just kind of, once, if they can't get their stagger back, it seems like there's no hope for Fuel Esports. Just Auburn has so much damage pressure that I don't see a way out for Fuel Esports here.
Fuel Esports finding a kill onto Wishner. Maybe this is what they need, the Catalyst, to take another barrier here. They already have one down, but Tiger Slasher still holding it down, though. Flip being burned on the offense here. Flip being burned on defense and up and down. Mind controls. Tiger Slasher do not strike the core as they open up the goal barrier for what seems to be a very long rodeo, as they just need to put it in the net, but it's so hard with KBS on the tail almost all the time. The Flip being burned all the way up to try to stun everyone, but it doesn't find fruition just yet. Up and down 100 and down, and I'm trying to keep this goal barrier alive. All three of them on their own side of the field as KBS and Tiger Slasher look to try to revitalize this offense, but up and down is so demanding. They need the core in this moment. The ult coming out as well to KBS, but Wish still has complete control though. They have a Flip on the cards, but it doesn't even matter. KBS finds the bottom corner, and it sets up Auburn to take home this game 1 potentially.
And Fuel Esports almost like proved me wrong when I said I don't see a way out for them. They got the open barrier, they got that striker advantage, power play going, but unfortunately, just with the defensive abilities of Tiger Slasher and KBS and Wish playing very well as a team here, just they were not able to confirm the goal in time to stay alive, no pun intended.
Punched off the map, goes up and down as the power play doesn't seem to find any value though, but they might have another one just a few seconds though. 100 looking extremely low, and just a simple punch could bring them back into the play, but the Monumentalist gets pulled down with the perfect play to help 100 secure those 2 scores, well, those 2 KOs, and allows them to push it to 0.5.
Yeah, and even though Auburn is the team that is scaling into damage, Fuel Esports is, I think, finding their win con, and unfortunately, it is also finding these KOs, but up and down with that top spin, just beautifully finding a double KO, but unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be as consistent as this X-Vice damage combo.
The X-Vice damage combo forcing out the res from down and up, meaning that they have to be pushed out of position to try to cover where 100 was standing before, and it is almost crashing down on KBS in the driver's seat. Has to back away, but he still has Flip up and down trying to hunt it as Tiger Slasher pushes forward. This could be the final moments. Wish almost has Flip as well. KBS looking to try to kill up and down here, but the core isn't falling away though, but 100 falling off the map, and Wish with Flip as well. KBS with the X Maximus on board, gets another KO. Flip comes out, is deflected by down and up though, as 100 does come back online though. Can they hold out for 6 more seconds?
The mental fortitude of down and up when your entire team is getting KO'd, able to lock it down, and once your team gets fully online, finding the KO, this is the power play that Fuel Esports needs to take this set and really try to scale into some kind of advantage in this seemingly like very difficult game for them.
100 up and down, looking to try to capitalize on the power play that they just had before. The momentum is somewhat on their side, but Tiger Slasher still has the Flip. They have to try to force it out, and it's only getting harder now as KBS is walking forward. Now everything in the sink as KBS, the bell ringer, finds its mark and secures Auburn their first game.
And that Vice power chord static just throws off down and up's timing for the clear, holding the core there just long enough for that bell ringer to come in and send it in. And Demon Day is just kind of proving how strong damage comps can be, and Tiger Slasher getting the MVP there, well deserved. Just such great defensive prowess there, but also being able to help on the offense as well when necessary. A few good rotations when KBS did start taking damage, and Tiger Slasher moved up just to keep that core going, but in the end, KBS and Wish with that 40k and 47k damage output just seemed to be too strong of a force for Fuel Esports to overcome in this match.
It was way too much for the whole of Fuel Esports to handle. I mean, in general, you see how many orbs they got as well. I mean, no one was really eating orbs that match, and that maybe, and just the deny as well as the damage being put on by all three members of Auburn just led them to that very, very decisive victory. And now that Fuel Esports' pick is out of the way, I'm pretty sure now we're going to be moving on towards the Taiko Temple, which is Auburn's pick. And it's good that it's good that they're up 1-0. So getting onto your map pick with this 1-0 advantage is really, really nice to have.
Oh yeah, there's no better feeling. You beat the team on their first map, the map they felt obviously the most comfortable with. Being able to get that win out and then going to your first pick map means you're going to map you're comfortable with. You've practiced on this map. You know your comp. You know your win cons going into this. This is such a great place for Auburn to be, but it is Taiko Temple, and Demon Deus is a fun map to watch people play on because of all the damage output and how much is actually going on. Taiko Temple is one of my favorite maps to play in and to watch because on the opposite side, yeah, you can still do damage and you can get some nice KOs with those Taiko drums, but the core angles, the core speed that comes out from all these weird angles, these weird interactions on Taiko, I think is going to be a very interesting match, and kind of seeing what comp each of these teams come out. Do they go for the core control, the lock it down goalies? Do they go for more the range goalies, like pure offense? But with an EE start and a hot shot, there's a lot of opportunities here. Anything you're kind of looking out for with these two teams going into this?
To be fair, the lock it down goalie seems to be really nice in this situation, especially with the hot shot. And I know in particular, Tiger Sasha does not like playing the Mako, and I think that in general the Mako pick would be really nice on this map, especially with the EE start and with or at least with Fuel Esports coming out as the first pick. They have a lot to consider when banning, and in general, the way that they look to try to formalize this offense here. I mean, to be fair, Up and Down might just take the Rasmus in this part, like first pick Rasmus, just so Tiger Sasha doesn't really have. Well, still has a lot of picks. They can just go onto the Atlas, or maybe they might secure for Down and Up. But in general, having this first pick could be maybe a little bit detrimental. I mean, Tiger Slasher just might end up picking like first pick anyways. But to be fair, Fuel Esports, their first pick, they have something to maybe bet on. They do ban the X though. And it's very nice to see that they already see KBS doing so much work there, and they try to hope to maybe throw him off his game.
Yeah, and Auburn responding with the Juno ban with a hot shot start just kind of makes sense. In the Fearfield match on Taiko, we saw how strong Juno can be on that. And I don't believe they had hot shot, so taking that right off the board, but that does leave Down and Up with the Atlas pick, which they seemed incredibly comfortable on. They had a lot of good defensive plays on Demon Days. It's just with how much damage pressure was getting pushed against their team. Atlas only has so many cooldowns, but something like Taiko with these smaller barriers, I think Down and Up could actually really lock it down with this Atlas pick.
Yeah, and the Aimes and Taro coming out as well is going to be a very, very much needed KO game again for Auburn as they're looking to throw Up and Down and Mr. 100 off their game with the KOs. Now, Erasmus being picked up for Up and Down, and maybe even the Drakkar pick 400 at least what I think so, considering what's on the line for the most part. This is the last chance, and no, they opt for the Dubu midfield. Oh my goodness, I love it. Dude, Dubu midfield's gonna shine on this map, I swear. It's gonna happen.
I mean, if Dubu can get that core into the pocket, or if even Rasmus can, and Dubu can just walk up, drop ult, I don't care how good of a goalie you are, once those Tofus fully form, it's such a fight. It's such a brawl to keep from losing those barriers. So Fuel Esports, I think, has a good game plan going in, and especially with the defensive prowess with Down and Up. But I think their biggest struggle is going to be getting the core over to the side of Auburn, because we were mentioning that Zentaro Aimi, and we do see an Estelle there. I believe Tiger does play an Estelle goalie, so that might be the play here with an Aimi midfield, Zentaro forward, but just an insane amount of mobility with an E start right out the gate. They're gonna be able to cover the entire map, every single character. The transitioning from defense to offense is gonna be I think, the true test for Fuel Esports, if they can withstand that onslaught, that initial onslaught, and then get the core over, kind of like slow it down, keep control, get the core in those pockets, and then I think Dubu and Rasmus are going to be a great combo going into an Estelle goalie on Tycho here.
It could not even. It might not even be a still goalie. We all. I mean, I think you know as much as I do that Tiger Slasher also plays Aimi goalie as well. They're very well, in my opinion, they're pretty known for it. So it could be nice to see them play it. And if they do, then again, it's still gonna be a very heavy KO game, at least, because Tiger Slasher loves to play for those kills, and if he can find one at least, as he was doing last game, it would be really nice for them to just open up power plays over and over again.
Yeah, that Tiger Slash are very comfortable on a whole swath of goalies, and no stranger to any dash goalie. So whether it's the Estelle or the Aimi, they're going to be comfortable either way. And the midfield, either way, whether it be again the Estelle or the Aimi, is going to have such good coverage, such good area of influence throughout this map. But I think seeing how KBS plays on this Zentaro is, I think, going to be maybe could be an issue. They did struggle a little bit with the core control on the Demon Deus map, but that may have just been because their game plan was do damage, erase their stagger. If they can play a little bit more core control and keep things a little bit more sustainable for the side of Auburn, then they could end up running away. But if KBS kind of maybe greeds kills a little too much, throws themselves out of position, then this might be the opening that Fuel Esports could need in this series.
They definitely need it now, and this is their last chance to prove themselves in the playoffs bracket. So hopefully this Dubu pick does come to fruition. Two creation characters on this map again versus what it seems to be full-on damage KO comp. So hopefully the Dubu, well, I want the Dubu to at least show up here and win them the series, but it all comes down to who can bounce the core better on the Taiko Temple, and hopefully no random unlucky bounces happen.
As someone who has played Dubu Brawler, I don't necessarily like playing Dubu Brawler, but I also hate going into Dubu Brawler. It's a pain to go against, but it's so entertaining to watch, because Dubu Brawler on maps like Tycho, even at Lab, Gates of Obscura, is very much just a strategy of get the core in the corner, Dubu will not let it leave. And so I think the start of each point is going to be so crucial for which team can get the offense going first. And as we're seeing right now, Fuel Esports, if they can get that offense going like right out the gate, they just have such a dominating presence. I can't finish the thought before they score in 11 seconds and get this first point up.
Yeah, Dubu into the Aimi goalie is going to be very hard to counter. I mean, to be fair, Dubu just has, I mean, with the stop as well, they have so much that they can do to just leave the core into the corner, and even with Zentaro Estelle backing them up, it just seems that the Dubu forward is going to be such a really big issue to come across, especially if they can just line up all their abilities right. They do lose a barrier on the other side though, but one barrier isn't really too much to rave right now, as they do use the flip here, down and up, and 100 looking to try to kill KBS here and hopefully do more damage, as Tiger Slasher does give up that bottom barrier as well.
And kind of going what we were talking about going into this, where Auburn has so much damage. We know they can play damage. They showed that last match, and they have so much damage with this comp here. Mr. 100 sensing that as well, actually going the Vambrace Dubu Brawler here. So that Dubu is going to be, I feel, painfully slow, but as long as if they only have to cross half the map, then that is going to be a non-starter, and Mr. 100 will have a decent amount staying alive.
Yeah, and Wish there with the outplay, down and up, not taking the corner clear, gets punished instantly with Wish blinking up to take the point for Auburn there. Great outplay from them. And the energy department, though, is very, very scary. At least 100 coming up with Flip just now, and if they can deal damage to him, it'd be really nice. But he does have Van Brace, though, so if he gets a bunch of core touches, it would be good for now. As the Dubu does come onto the bottom core, doesn't catch the core though, as KBS explodes and the Stagger is completely gone. He has to use all of his ability to try to keep alive, but it could be a matter of time before he does fall. Dumbo doesn't fall off the map though. The Taiko Jumbo bounces. Don't end up lining up for him, as now end up even pops able to try to save 100 himself, but KBS still on the chopping block right now, but it seems like he'll live.
Yeah, and Fuel Esports getting a taste for what a damage comp can feel like after that last match, and Mr. 100 able to help down and up, confirm that KO, and now it is a striker advantage, and this is really where you do not want to be on the side of Auburn, because like we saw in that first point, once Mr. 100 and Up and Down can get it into Auburn's goal box, into that pocket, they have such a good presence on keeping it over there, but just not able to get it over there consistently enough and hold it there with his Tiger Slasher and Wish, but finally Up and Down does take that final barrier.
And I mean, a little bit almost out of position there. We'll have Flip to come up in the next couple of strikes. And down and up doesn't stun him, but he does! Down and up with the pendulum swing does get another point for Fuel Esports as they come up on top 2-1 right now. And if they could take this set, it would be really nice to see what they could possibly get out of here. If they get the right awakenings, it could drastically change what they're doing so far. Right now, they're just trying to play core control, but if they can get that damage factor in, or at least get more knockback and KO presence, it would be really nice for them to scale out of control in this game.
Yeah, and this is just basically a game of positioning and setup. Up and Down and Mr. 100 gonna have to use a lot of thought and a lot of coordination to get anything really set up to have an advantage in this match here. Whereas on the side of Auburn, again, with that ability, with the mobility and the abilities and the strikes and the damage they can do, they are going to have a lot easier time to get into multiple positions and call out the mispositioning on Fuel Esports, which Up and Down almost gets called out, uses the flip, but unfortunate miscommunication does result in an own goal off that center Taiko drum.
Oh, that's not what you want to do, and even the emotes coming out from Up and Down, you see that was just completely a misplay there for Down and Up, and unfortunately that brings us to a set 5 where now the entirety of Auburn might have a chance to look forward, but oh my god, whoa, random Dubu rolling to the side in a very, very weird setup. It's okay, they take double barriers though. As Tiger Slasher and Wish look to, or at least they try to wish KBS a good farewell message as they try to get the core into the top pocket there, but the Atlas Res does save 100 for now, and they're looking to try to take this bottom barrier. They do though, down and up in the wrong spot, trying to enforce KBS's positioning there as both goal barriers are open, and Tiger Slasher has the flip too. Wish getting Death Touch. There's the Dubu, almost has everything in control there. The roll not finding its mark just quite yet, but Tiger Slasher and Wish in the double defense position, everyone in the triangle, but Up and Down wins the Strike Wars, and that's all good. Auburn taking the first set.
Yeah, and I know Tiger, especially on an IME pick, all IME's goalies want to be like very aggressive, help very much with the offense, which can work out really good for Auburn. And Tiger is a solid enough goalie that they know their positioning, they know where they need to stand. But when you do start using your abilities for the offense, if it does not result in the point, if your team can't keep the core up there for long enough for your cooldown to come up, going into a Rasmus Dubu is just going to feel so rough for an IME, and that's kind of what we saw there at the very end. Tiger just did not have the ability usages to save anything.
More damage coming out for Auburn. At least they do have the Deadeye and the Build Different, try to maximize their damage output, and so far throwing everything into Up and Down as well. They have to pop the res extremely early, but instead KBS the one being countered out. The Zentaro saving them grace for a little bit, but Up and Down hunting for that kill leaves them open for the goal barrier to take. Now KBS has Flip raring to go. They just need a solid setup to come in for them, but the positioning from up and down, and Mr. 100 keeping the core away, knocking Wish back just a little bit further as they try to take this, but instead it's up for 100, the one being KO'd, the top barrier being lost as well as both up and down, up, trying to stall out the play, though, but KBS does have Flip, but just needs a simple dribble to get there, as Tiger Slasher tries to find Wish, though, as Mr. 100 does respawn.
And up and down doing a phenomenal job being able to hold offensively, but unfortunately with that dash range, KBS is able to get in, hit stun down and up, and score that goal there. And the tofu from Mr. 100 just was not able to come out quick enough. And Fuel Esports finally starting to, I would say finally, but they've been playing really well already, but their game plan seems like it's starting to take shape. But unfortunately, when you lose 2 barriers that quick, you're fighting on your back foot right out the gate here.
Yeah, and it seems like it sounds like Fuel Esports have found their groove, though. The perfect play from up and down to secure another point for them. I mean, that last point didn't exactly matter, just a little bit of a mishap for them, and they don't seem like they've taken it too seriously, though. KBS and Tiger Slash are trying to work towards this bottom corner, which is still on the top side, though, trying to enforce Mr. 100 as one barrier does fall. Tiger Slash are helping out on the offense as all 3 members of Fuel Esports are in their own goal box, though, up and down with the Flip as well. KBS will probably get KO'd here, but instead both barriers do fall, though, and Wish just seems to just put it right in the perfect place for Tiger Slash to just dash right in. And Auburn, they're not out of this just yet. They want to take this. They want to take the set as dire as possible.
Auburn is not gonna lie down for this. KBS was staggered, and up and down was hunting for that kill, but unfortunately KBS had enough energy for the evade, and then just the rotation of Tiger Slasher moving up, Wish moving more forward, just kind of left a very aggressive offensive play that down and up and Mr. 100 just was not able to defend. And that might have to be what Auburn has to do here, is find those moments of when they need to rotate and just try to keep everyone alive so you don't lose any of this pressure, which could be immensely detrimental to the side of Auburn.
Abilities being thrown at KBS. He still lives somehow, as this has just been a thorn in the butt right now for the entire side of Fuel Esports as they try to KO KBS, but can't seem to find it, though. They do open the own barrier there, as Tiger Slasher could push up with the Flip as well, but they're playing extremely passive. The KO is found. KBS killing the goalie, and Wish sink it right in to give Auburn their first set.
Yeah, and Fuel Esports kind of in this weird position, it seems like, in those last 2 points of when do you try to commit and confirm that KO, and when do you transition to more of a core control. And unfortunately, they're not able to find that kill confirm. Did leave Auburn a great opening to take that set there.
It's good for them. KBS taking up the peak performance to try to mitigate the amount of damage they've been facing, as well as IME taking the Twin Drive to try to make sure that they still have that offense set up. Auburn have a really, really nice drop, but it is kind of counteracted by missile prop from the Yellows to try to keep them away. But so far, I think that in general, Auburn did sort of win that draft in terms of damage. There is 100 almost being taken off the map, saved fortunately by the Taiko drum, but he is still looking extremely low. 1-0 coming online now as the Tofu Fortress sends it right back into their corner, as now they're down both Bears, and Wish and KBS have all the time in the world trying to secure this point for themselves.
Yeah, and KBS picking up that peak performance, trying to get a little bit more staggered, does keep them from getting staggered there long enough to go back and heal up. And I think you're right. Auburn, I think, won that draft, which is exactly what they needed here to help them keep that offensive pressure going and really deny that KO pressure they had on KBS. Entire Slasher blinking in, now free from having to play defense with that double twin drive and help on that offense to secure the first point in the set.
Can't exactly out-clear it when you have an IME on the board, no matter what position they're playing, and Tiger Slasher just seems to reinforce it time and time again. being able to put it almost all the time. Nice ult from KBS to stuff out the ult as they pick up another orb from up and down here as Auburn look to almost have this game in control right now. One barrier, another barrier falling at least. KBS and Tiger Slasher both have flip, and Wish also coming up with it as well. One barrier being lost, stopped that by 100 with the flip from Wish as well. As another flip is burnt as well up and down, making sure that this defense is here to play as KBS kills 100 off the board, and now a power play looking really, really nice as the up and down has to try to keep this away from KBS as KBS tries to dash to the bottom corner, doesn't find it though. Tiger Slasher blinking up to try to secure the core, and the Death Touch brings it right back to up and down, and Wish just secures it.
Yeah, up and down with that Death Touch, able to catch. I don't know what happened there. Yeah, the Death Touch pulled it out of the clear, and unfortunate major miscommunication, let's say. But Auburn was kind of like struggling in that first set, but I think with these last two drafts, they have been able to come out on top and really put their win condition into full force here, which is kind of the deciding factor. Fuel Esports just is not able to have as much damage pressure as we did those early sets, and it is showing with Auburn's offensive pressure from literally everyone on the field, it seems like.
Before up front takes one goal, but it leaves a goal barrier taken in response. Auburn in the driver's seat. They have everything in the net, at least exploding 100 to health, putting him so extremely low as he almost gets KO'd as well. Will get KO'd now as all three members of Auburn have a flip up for grabs. KBS, Tiger Slasher, and 100. One flip bird, one kill found. As Wish just has to simply hit it in, but up and down almost saves him. KBS right there. The up and down trying to clear it up, doesn't find the mark with the secondary, and KBS will get the final laugh in this matter as Tiger Slasher MVP the set has all the troops from, has the ad rush to go with it.
Oh, this is not what you want to see with Fuel Esports. Auburn has finally come online. They have the damage, they have the core control, they have the mobility, the pressure, and with an ad rush with your Atlas up front, do you deny it, or do they let it just fall through? And does Zentaro pick it up? Yes, there it is.
Ad rush is scary. Whoa.
Yeah, I mean, with the primetime Estelle and Tiger Slasher denying that Stagger Swagger, Tiger going to be able to get a little bit of speed out of it, but then that means if they get staggered, they're going to have such an insane amount of speed to help defensively or just to apply even more offensive pressure.
I do like Tiger Slasher thinking about taking some Stagger Swagger, is it does help them a lot in terms of, even though Second Star doesn't do any more healing, it still gives them a lot of speed, and that speed is what you kind of want to mitigate in terms of this, and they're doing an extremely good job so far. KBS completely dominating the pitch right now as he sends up and down to the graveyard as KBS has so much momentum here, has the adverse proc, has down and up in shambles right now, leaving the complete topside open. The flip comes out, but doesn't kill him down and up, and now Tiger's out of position now, which does save the core back, and now up and down comes back online, but down and up still extremely low though. Has to try to hold out for a little bit longer as long as he don't get stunned off the map as KBS try to get damage put onto him as 100 has to take reins of the offense right now, but so far Auburn are in complete domination now, but that second goal barrier could lead to their demise as Wish has flipped. It's deflected by up and down, the top corner is found. 100, I don't know how he did it.
Up and down, picking up quick strikes at the last draft is how he did that. Just the amount of strike wars he was able to win to get that final barrier down. And then yeah, Mr. 100 with that just natural Dubu size, able to call out Tiger Slasher not being able to reach that top corner. And we were talking about Auburn like finally getting their game plan like into full force, but it seems like something in Fuel Esports has awoken, and they are now able to apply this offensive pressure, but unfortunately that they do kind of suffer defensively on that, and it is going to be up to that kind of offensive teamwork to make this, to keep them alive in this game.
The secondary going a little bit wide though, and now he will pay for it with his life. Up and down, knocked off the map yet again. With KBS leading the forefront now, a little bit of a bounce. Let's 100 be able to find the whoa. I mean, I just lost words there, but whoa.
The center drum taiko angle, Mr. 100 hitting it so cleanly, intentional or not, whether they were just trying to stall, just Tiger Slasher not able to react with that Tycho speed there, but down and up and down. Mr. 100 not able to react to that offensive speed from everyone on the side of Auburn, and they did not like what happened that last point, and it shows.
I mean, from one cinema goal to a 4-second goal on Taiko Temple, I mean, that was just a pure scream moment right there. You can't really catch that anywhere else. And what I was gonna maybe point out before that entire thing happened was, I feel like up and down that first point was looking to try to let 100 have rinse of the offense, and he just plays deep and he just plays mid for the time being because Dubu is so strong against his Ivy right now. He's been winning a lot of these interactions, and like as you see right now, 100's completely taking the reins. Even though up and has to get orbs, he's still staying right behind 100 to make sure he doesn't, well, he at least has the pressure that he needs. And it's looking pretty good so far. It's the Tofu Fortress locking it into the corner. We'll find one Beard, and KBS also extremely low as well. Could be killed any moment now as they try to hunt for it, but KBS does pick up the orb in time. The strike shot coming into effect, and Field Esports trying to hang on though. They do get the second barrier as well, but Tiger Slasher pushing up with the flip as well. The core bouncing around into overtime part now as up and down 100 do swap positions now and try to get this offense rolling. Down and up with the out clear, and it's catch by KBS and almost gets checkmated off the mark, but they still live.
Yeah, and just so much going on. Down up putting on such a good defense solo, finding these clears, these incredibly tight clears through so many abilities. And even though Auburn takes the KO, up and down is able to return the core and take this set. We're going to set 5 on Tycho, and honestly, Auburn is playing so well, but I think Fuel Esports has finally come online, and now it is anybody's game with Rasmus up front in this first pick. With, I am looking at a possible Big Fish pickup.
Big Fish heavy impact up for grabs. Big Fish being the one that's taken. It'd be really nice to have a lot of sides of style, pick up the Super Surge, and in general, this draft looks really nice, I think, for the side of Fuel Esports. I mean, they have creations. They're looking to capitalize on how many creations they have, and it's looking really nice so far. Tiger Slasher having to pick up the spark of strike to try to make sure it doesn't take another spark or another dash awakening, but it looks okay so far. But Fuel Esports on their last life right now. If they want to make it count, they definitely can right now. Two takes actually from the Dubu there as the core is being set all around the, oh my god, I mean, Dubu saved this character.
That Tofu, great placement, keeps up in that corner, but up and down with the death touch actually catches Tiger Slasher's clear and forces the core back in the Tofu, keeping it up there long enough for Mr. 100 to win that strike war. Like, just insane map awareness and kind of just awareness on keeping the pressure in that corner, and that's what they need to do. They need to get in the corner, and then Mr. 100 and up and down need to make sure that the core never leaves, in which case Tiger is going to struggle on this IME goalie to make anything really happen.
Yeah, I like up and down in the midfield position at least. It doesn't exactly counter a stealth, but they're doing a good stuff so far, so it definitely does right now. Down and up, taking a lot of damage for KVS. Doing a lot of work into this corner right now as 100 looks to try to revitalize his offense, but the Fortress being a little bit too lately timed meant that they couldn't really jumpstart that bottom barrier, as they do take the top one at least, as Wish does use their flip, but Tiger Central also has flipped too, coming into clutch right now as the entirety of Auburn are looking to try to secure this goal right now, but up and down taking the reins now, and 100 being forced back onto the midfield position, looking to try to keep this away from Auburn. They don't want them to win here, but it's almost too good to be true now. Tiger Slasher still has the flip though, doesn't use it before. 100 walking up, has so much pressure, both flips being burned, nothing being happening just yet. The bottom corner is being flooded with so many abilities. KPS falls, but the core goes all the way around the world.
Down and up, just not expecting it to go that high on that angle, just not able to get it in time with the no speed on that Atlas. Mr. 100 up and down, playing the tail end of that, like, very competently, very effectively, again, keeping in that corner and just making sure it never leaves. But that is what Taiko Temple is all about, using those drums if you need to get the full advantage, especially out of these clears, which Tiger Slasher's going to need to find, as they do now have a striker advantage on the side of Auburn, but can they take advantage of it?
Pressure on for down and up as they try to keep the core alive. The flip coming online as Wish blinks to the bottom side to keep this alive. Will find the kill onto KBS. The core going all the way around the side. Tiger Slasher look to try to keep this one alive, but now KBS almost coming back online, but not quite yet. 100 and up and down look to try to finalize this. Finds the kill with the Tiger Slasher as well. Now 3v2 for the other side is up and down. 100 just have to find a simple strike to win it here, but they can't do it just yet. Wish winning all the strike wars in the world, keeping it away from 100. Is down and up and down. Have to try to finalize this offense, but Tiger Slasher does come back online though. The core turning red overtime, doing so much work to keep the core bouncing around as Tiger Slasher, Wish, and KBS look to take this away, but the core just keeps coming back to them. 100 and up and down, having so much pressure on the core right now, but the core somehow just seems to have flew down and up as it goes right past him and sets up Auburn for match points.
Down and up, trying to send it into the death touch to snap it to up and down, and using their primary to make sure Zentaro doesn't catch that death touch clear. But unfortunately, that does leave them unable to answer a shot into the top corner. And Fuel Esports is playing so well. It's just these few mistakes that they are making, these few pieces of miscommunication, mispositioning, that Auburn is just taking full advantage of, and is just so effective with their ability usage that Fuel Esports is kind of getting thrown on their back leg, especially with a KO and KBS with that slash and dash Zentaro ult, finding the KO, sends it in, and Auburn takes this second match and does indeed take this series.
A beautiful chain reaction from Tiger Slasher, finding the kill onto 100, letting the core bounce all the way, then it immediately gets caught by KBS to secure the final goal. 7 KOs for KBS. And oh my god, it was just a complete killing show. And we said earlier that this is going to be a very, very, very much damage heavy orientated game, and it just showed. It completely showed.
Yeah, and on both sides, like we were talking about Auburn having so much damage on their side, and it showed early on, but after this, that starting few points, once Fuel Esports kind of started getting some awakenings, getting some drafts, some of their power, they were able to find that damage too. And then it just became about a match of fortitude. Which team can mentally stay in the game and think 2, 3, 4 steps ahead in this Taiko match where the core is just going every which way, especially once that overtime hits. And Tiger Slasher on that IME with Twin Drive, with the EE, with that blink range, with the glitch pop, was just able to position themselves everywhere on the map, where down and up, such solid defensive plays, keeping those barriers up. But unfortunately, once the barrier is down, they really struggled in that open net, and Auburn was able to take full advantage of it.
Auburn advanced to, I think, the losers quarters at least, and they're playing the George Mason Patriots. Very, very good team out there, and let's see if they can continue this lower bracket run. But for now, I'm Kurikan, and that's Brando V2 here to sign out for the day. Thank you for watching. Tune in tomorrow. It's gonna be a banger of a series if you tune in.